Chapter 1859. Time flew by, and the auction had been going on for 2 hours now. During this time, almost every item brought up for auction was sold for a high price, making Clear Sky Auction House extremely profitable. However, all the cultivator participating in the auction were either in the hall or in the private rooms below a block. The Origin Kings in the 5 private rooms of a block were all biding their time, and Yang Kai did not know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng had bid twice, winning an artifact and a powerful secret technique that she was currently studying happily. At this point, the auction was about to come to an end, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the highlight of the auction was about to begin, so he immediately perked up. The next item to be auctioned is a spirit pill, an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. On the auction stage, Li Nua said with a smile. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar in the hall as everyone stared at Li Nua in amazement. After all, Origin King Grade Spirit Pills were not common goods anywhere, and it was extremely rare for one to appear at an auction. Generally, a cultivator who obtained an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill would hide it, either giving it to their friends or family, or privately finding a master to exchange for a large number of Saint Crystals. It was very rare for something like this to be auctioned at an auction. Only those auction houses with strong backgrounds could obtain Origin King Grade Spirit Pills as auction items. Although Clear Sky Auction House was quite famous in Purple Star City, it wasn't very famous. It had never auctioned anything too valuable before, so no one had expected that it would actually bring out an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill to auction this time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations, and everyone was looking forward to it. Inside room A5. Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing and looked towards the stage with interest. Li Nua smiled lightly and took a few steps forward, arriving in front of the maidservant. Reaching out, she picked up a jade bottle from the tray, shook it, and immediately heard a crisp sound. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "This jade bottle contains an Origin King pill." Hong. After Li Nua's voice fell, the entire hall's cultivator went into an uproar. What, an Origin King pill? An Origin King pill? Sister Li Nua, are you not deceiving us? Li Nua smiled and said, "This Mistress Auction House is here. How could I dare deceive everyone? This spirit pill is indeed an Origin King pill. Please take a look." As she spoke, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a round rolling spirit pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire hall was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the fragrance entered their nostrils, many cultivators' faces lit up with joy. They felt as if their bottlenecks were loosening. Just smelling the pill fragrance had such a miraculous effect. What kind of amazing effects would there be if he were to consume it? Sure enough, it was an Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that peak Origin returning realm cultivators yearned for when attempting to break through to the Origin King realm. It could increase the success rate of a cultivator's breakthrough, and after taking this pill, it would be easier for them to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to better condense their territory. Although this pill couldn't be used to restore or heal injuries, it was still a fatal temptation to any third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The quality of an Origin King pill was Origin King Grade low rank and could only be refined by an Origin King Grade alchemist. Moreover, because the main materials used to refine the Origin King pill were rare, Origin King pills were rare even in the entire star territory. Combining all of these factors, each Origin King pill was priceless. As for the role of an Origin King pill, I don't think this mistress needs to explain. Li Nua seemed to have expected this reaction and smiled. This Origin King pill has a base price of 20 million crystals. Everyone please bid. As soon as her voice fell, the hall fell silent, with no one daring to bid. 20 million Saint Crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Only those who had the backing of a great force such as a family or sect, could have such strong financial resources. However, Li Nua was not in a hurry because she knew that this Origin King pill would definitely not go unsold. It was just that some people were not in a hurry to bid. Huchi. In room A5, heavy breathing sounded. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Hua Yumeng could no longer remain calm, her tender body trembling slightly as her cheeks flushed red. Her fists were clenched tightly together as her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the Origin King pill on the stage. She was also a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, and although she had not made much progress since breaking through, how could she remain calm when an Origin King Grade pill was right in front of her? This was not just a spirit pill, it was a symbol of the path to the Origin King realm. If she could really use this Origin King pill to break through to the Origin King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million would be worth it. So, after a moment of excitement, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the silence in the room and Li Nuo glanced over at room A5, casting a kind smile on her face. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, a bid immediately sounded from one of the private rooms in the third block, increasing the price by more than 5 million. This time, the other cultivator could no longer sit still and bids rose one after another, all of them coming from the private rooms. In a short span of 10 breaths, the price had actually been raised to over 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face could not help turning pale as she faintly realized that she was no longer able to compete for this spirit pill. 80 million was simply an unaffordable number for her. Although there were still more than 30 land deeds waiting to be auctioned in Clear Sky Auction House, even if they were sold, how many St. Crystals could they possibly fetch? The competition for the Origin King pill had only just begun, so there was no telling what the final price would be. Perhaps even if she threw in all the St. Crystals she had earned from the land deeds auction, it would not be enough. 100 million. From a private room in room B, an old voice called out. Although this voice was deliberately calm, anyone could hear the excitement and nervousness in his voice. As soon as this price was called, the scene fell silent again. The Origin King pill was indeed precious, but it only increased the success rate of a cultivator breaking through. It was not a guarantee that one would be able to break through after being convinced, all it brought was a glimmer of hope. A price of 100 million was almost the limit in the hearts of most cultivators. As such, after the initial impulse, many people began to calm down and no longer bid. For a long time no new bids were made. Li Nuo, on the other hand, was not worried at all. Standing on the stage, she asked with a smile, "The old gentleman in room B8 has bid 100 million. Is there no higher bid?" "No, hurry up and start the countdown." The cultivator in room B8 shouted anxiously. He could not easily take out 100 million St. Crystals, but it was still worth exchanging for an Origin King pill, so he was afraid that someone else would compete with him, so he urged vigorously. "Haha, 110 million. At that moment, a hearty laugh came from one of the private rooms and raised the price by 10 million. "Oh, which bastard dares to bid against this old master? Hateful." The cultivator in room B8 was so angry that his nose became crooked and he could not help but roar. However, when he realized that the voice was coming from room A2, his face changed drastically. He was only in room B8, but the other party was in room A2, so their status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, from room A2, a powerful divine sense swept out and blasted towards the cultivator who had just spoken. With a muffled groan, the cultivator in room B8 suddenly turned pale and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Staring at room A2 in horror, he whispered, "Origin King Realm. Since you're here to participate in the auction, you should abide by the rules. Next time you act so impudently, I'll take your dog life." Another voice came from room A2. Yes, master has taught me a lesson." The cultivator in room B8 did not dare to complain and quickly nodded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the room was isolated by a barrier and he could not see the other party's face, he knew that an Origin King Realm master was not someone he could provoke. Quite awe-inspiring, daring to say you can take someone's life at will in Purple Star City. Do you not put the rules of Purple Star City in your eyes? Suddenly another old voice sounded. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice, not knowing what had just happened. Looking towards the source of the voice, they found that the speaker was actually in room A1. This was the most honorable room in the entire auction house. Previously, everyone was guessing who was sitting inside. At this moment, when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, "Great Elder, it's the Great Elder sitting inside. Heavens, it really is Great Elder. 2 years ago, I saw Great Elder from afar and heard him reprimand someone. It was definitely Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here?" For a time, everyone was discussing. However, if the person sitting in room A1 was Great Elder's husband, Sun Liang, then there was no doubt. After all, in the entire Purple Star, only Great Elder had the greatest power. The only thing they couldn't figure out was who was sitting in room A2. The Great Elder didn't seem to like them very much. "This Origin King pill is for this old master, 200 million. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly. Hua. The cultivator in the hall was once again in an uproar, not only because Gong Sun Liang had actually participated in this auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying, directly rising from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Worthy of Purple Star's Great Elder, the wealth he possessed was likely more than an ordinary cultivator could spend in a few hundred lifetimes. 210 million. Out of everyone's expectations, the person who had previously bid in room A2 actually followed up once again. 300 million. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. 310 million? 500 million? Everyone's expression became sluggish as they stared with wide eyes, listening attentively to the bids from the two private rooms in a block. Even Kai Yang furrowed his brow, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of an Origin King pill was huge, wasn't the price of 500 million St. Crystals a bit too unreasonable? Moreover, with Gong Sun Liang's cultivation, this Origin King pill was of no use to him. Even if he wanted to buy it for his family's juniors, there was no need for him to invest so much capital. Yang Kai was confused. As soon as Gong Sun Liang bid 500 million St. Crystals, the bidding in room A2 suddenly went silent, as if unable to keep up. Chapter 1860. At this moment in room A2, Ziwuji stared in the direction of Gong Sun Liang with a gloomy expression, his hand gripping the handle of his sandalwood chair, which had already been crushed to dust. Ji Jun, who was standing next to him, also had an extremely ugly look on his face. Second young master, this old fart is definitely doing this on purpose. Ji Jun shouted angrily. This young master is not a fool, how could he not know this? Ziwuji grit his teeth. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear at Clear Sky Auction House. It turns out he deliberately came to cause trouble for this young master. This old fart really has nothing better to do. Ji Jun said with a cold face, this old fart must be afraid that young master will grow up, so he is trying to obstruct you so insidiously. One day this young master will make him pay the price. Ziwuji secretly swore. The sky-high price of 500 million had exceeded his expectations. Although he was Purple Star's second young master because he had no power or influence, he had to hide his strength and bide his time, so he did not have much financial resources. All the resources of Purple Star belonged to his eldest brother, Zidong. If it were not for the fact that Zilong and Zidong's whereabouts were unknown in the past 2 years, Ziwuji would not have stood out and would have chosen to continue hiding. If he wanted to fight against Gong Sun Liang, he would need great strength, so this Origin King pill was extremely important to him. If he could break through to the Origin King realm in a short time with the help of this pill, he would have more capital to rely on. After pondering for a while, Ziwuji did not back down and instead grit his teeth and shouted, 600 million. 600 million St. Crystals was already his bottom line. It was also the largest amount he could take out right now. If Gong Sun Liang increased the price again, Ziwuji would have no choice but to give up. Unsurprisingly, Gong Sun Liang did not give him any face and instead shouted leisurely, 1 billion. It was as if he did not call out 1 billion. Instead he called out 100,000 or 1 million casually. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's complexion changed. Even Li Nuo, who was standing on the auction stage with a smile on her face, could not help frowning as a bad feeling rose in her heart. 1 billion. The cultivator in the audience exclaimed. What? Did I hear wrong? Great Elder just called out 1 billion? I also thought I heard wrong. How could it be so high? Yes, an Origin King pill is indeed precious, but it is impossible to sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Last time, an Origin King pill was sold at Rongyuan Auction House for only 580 million. As expected of the Great Elder. He's so rich that 1 billion is nothing. There were differing opinions below, but there were also those with sharp minds. He sensed that something was wrong. Gong Sun Liang, are you deliberately causing trouble? In room A2, Ji Jun couldn't bear it any longer and couldn't help but shout angrily. Boom! The crowd once again boiled over. Everyone looked towards room A2 in shock. They didn't know who was so bold as to directly call out the Great Elder's name. An auction that was originally uneventful and ordinary was now experiencing a series of unforeseen circumstances. The atmosphere became treacherous, and a dangerous aura filled the entire auction house. On the stage, Li Nuo's palms were sweating as a faint look of unease flashed across her beautiful eyes. It was out of everyone's expectations. Gong Sun Liang didn't get angry and instead said with a smile, Ji Jun, what do you mean by that? This elder has taken a fancy to this Origin King pill, so what's wrong with bidding? What's wrong with that, you know in your heart? Ji Jun snorted coldly. Even if you are Purple Star's Great Elder, 1 billion St. Crystals is not something you can casually take out. Good, now that you've made a bid, I want to see how you'll pay. Sister Li Nuo. This old master suspects that Gong Sun Liang is making a reckless bid and that he doesn't have the ability to pay out 1 billion St. Crystals. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. This. Li Nua showed a hesitant look. Asking her to verify whether Gong Sun Liang could pay out 1 billion Saint crystals was simply courting death. Gong Sun Liang had already stated his price, so whether he could pay it or not, this spirit pill was already his. Even if Clear Sky Auction House suffered a loss, they could only swallow their loss. Nonsense, Great Elder's credibility is not something you can question. Jijun, you're courting death. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang did not speak, but another person shouted instead. Yang Kai's expression changed as he immediately recognized that this person was 8th Elder Jiang Changfeng, who had visited Five Paths Chamber of Commerce before. Justice is in everyone's heart. If Great Elder can really pay the 1 billion Saint crystals, this Ji will have nothing to say. Jijun did not give up. Jijun, you impudence. Jiang Changfeng roared angrily as a strong Saint Qi fluctuation erupted from room A1, as if a fight was about to break out at any moment. The cultivator in the hall panicked as a look of horror appeared on his face. If the two sides really fought, they would suffer. Even the aftermath of a battle between Origin Kings was not something they could withstand. 8th Elder need not lower yourself to his level. Gong Sun Liang chuckled. Since he wants to verify it, this old master will let him. Sister Li Nua, bring that spirit pill over. Yes. Hearing this, Li Nua stepped forward and walked towards room A1. A moment later, she entered the room with a smile on her face, placed the jade bottle in her hand in front of Gong Sun Liang, and said, Great Elder, this is the spirit pill you bid for. Gong Sun Liang nodded lightly, not even looking at Li Nua. To the side, Jiang Changfeng took out a ring with a cold face and handed it to Li Nua, saying loudly, Sister Li Nua, please check whether this is a billion Saint crystals or not. Li Nua took the ring with a dignified expression and swept it with her divine sense, her expression changing slightly before she smiled and said, The amount has been confirmed, so the transaction has been completed. Great Elder is a man of integrity and did not bid carelessly. The transaction was carried out in your room, who knows whether it was real or not? Jijun sneered. Jiang Changfeng sneered. Jijun, Sister Li Nua personally verified it, how could it be fake? As the owner of the auction house, she would not do business that would result in a loss. Sister Li Nua is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, how could she dare resist your abuse? Enough, old Ji. There's no need to say any more. In room A2, Ziwu Ji said lightly. The anger on Jijun's face did not diminish, but he obediently stopped talking. Ziwu Ji chuckled. Then he turned to room 1 and said, Congratulations, Great Elder, for winning the spirit pill. Gong Sun Liang replied, Second young master, you're being too polite. This spirit pill is of no use to this old master, but it is of some benefit to second young master. If second young master wants it, this old master can give it to you, what do you think? In room 2, Ziwu Ji frowned for a moment before quickly relaxing. Smiling, he said, Great Elder must be joking, this Wu Ji does not dare accept such a precious item. The two exchanged a few words as if they were chatting casually, and the tense atmosphere from before no longer existed. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that the person in room A2 was actually Purple Star's second young master, Ziwu Ji. Thinking about the two competing bids and the various rumors that had spread before, everyone immediately understood that the discord between the second young master and Great Elder was not groundless. After understanding this, many people suddenly showed worried looks. Foremost cultivator who was in charge of Purple Star was none of their business. What they were concerned about was not being implicated in the confrontation between these two. The auction for the Origin King pill came to an end. In the end, no one knew whether Li Nua had received the 1 billion Saint crystals or not, making it a complete mystery. The next item to be auctioned was the land deeds that Hua Yumeng had handed over to Clear Sky Auction House. These land deeds were only for sale. As such, the masters in room A did not bid. On the contrary, the competition between the cultivator in room B and room C was fierce. An entire store on Soaring Dragon Avenue, if bought and operated properly, would be enough to increase the strength of a chamber of commerce. How could any of the merchants miss such a good opportunity? As such, the price competition was quite fierce. With a base price of 100 million Saint crystals, the land deeds were sold for 260 million Saint crystals. Inside room A5, Hua Yumeng was so happy she almost fainted. Although Li Nua had already calculated the bill with her before, she never expected that these land deeds could really sell for such a high price. 1 million Saint crystals was a huge number for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Let alone hundreds of millions. With 260 million Saint crystals, Five Paths Chamber of Commerce's growth was no longer a dream. What's more, it would allow Xia Jingwu, Yao Qin, and the others to boldly purchase cultivation resources to enhance their own strength. With enough strength, they could also promote the development of the Chamber of Commerce. This was a snowball effect. And all of this was brought about by the man beside her. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in a daze with a look of gratitude on her face. Master, can you take 90% of these Saint crystals and leave 10% for us? Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai timidly. Even if it was 10%, it was still 20 million Saint crystals. Yang Kai glanced at her and chuckled. These are the Saint crystals you were sold for those land deeds. Why should I take 90%? Be that as it may, if it weren't for Master, how could anyone have given us those land deeds? Yang Kai waved his hand. Saint crystals are meaningless to me. What I need is not something that can be bought with Saint crystals. But, that's all? Yang Kai interrupted her with a smile. Master. Hua Yumeng whispered, choking up and unable to speak, her emotions clearly showing on her face. Even if Yang Kai asked her to devote herself to him at this moment, she would not frown. The next item to be auctioned is the last item to be auctioned, Li Nua announced loudly on the stage. On the stage, Li Nua said loudly, however, this mistress and the several appraisers of Clear Sky Auction House have not been able to figure out what this auction item is. You dare auction it without figuring it out? Your Clear Sky Auction House is treating this like child's play. That's right, don't think we ordinary cultivator are easy to deceive, our Saint crystals don't grow on trees. What are you all arguing about? Since this thing is the last to appear, it must be of extraordinary value, perhaps even more precious than an Origin King pill. Let's take a look first. The group of martial artists immediately began to clamor at the same time. Chapter 1861. Li Nua turned a deaf ear to the shouts of the cultivator below the stage and gestured to a maidservant who immediately presented the auction item. This time, she did not try to be mysterious and simply covered it with a red cloth. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and found that it looked like a piece of ore. It was about the size of a baby's head and was round and shiny, exuding a light blue luster. Judging from the way the maidservant carried it, this auction item was not heavy, so it was not difficult for her to carry it. The hubbub gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were drawn to this item, looking around curiously. From the various private rooms, countless divine senses also spread out and scanned the auction item. However, no one could see any clues. Even Yang Kai's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion filling his face. After all, with his current divine sense, there were very few things in this world that he couldn't see through, but he couldn't see through this thing. From this, it could be seen that even if this last auction item wasn't a priceless treasure, it would absolutely not be inferior. This made Yang Kai a little interested. On the high platform, Li Nua opened her red lips and said softly, "This thing was accidentally obtained by my Clear Sky Auction House. Since obtaining it, we have been studying its use. Unfortunately, my Clear Sky Auction House's talents have withered and we have not been able to study it thoroughly, only concluding that it is an excellent artifact refining material. Today, with so many masters gathered here, perhaps there is a master with discerning eyes who knows what it is used for. This mistress hopes that if any master wins this item, he will not hesitate to enlighten this mistress and resolve the doubts in her heart." Li Nua smiled lightly. The final auction item, an unknown artifact refining material, reserve price 30 million. In the hall, after a short moment of silence, all the cultivators burst into laughter. Obviously they felt that the reserve price set by Li Nua was a bit too outrageous. Li Nua, on the other hand, didn't care and still stood on the high platform with a smile on her face. As she said, Clear Sky Auction House had studied this thing for a long time but still did not know what it was used for. Even Aunt Chun could not tell what it was used for, but even if she did not know what it was, even so, it did not affect its value. Li Nua had once compared it with some Origin King grade artifact refining materials and found that no matter which Origin King grade material it was, they were all inferior. In other words, this was at least an Origin King grade artifact refining material. It would be great if the item could be sold, but it didn't matter if it couldn't be sold. It was normal for auction items to go unsold. After a long while, no one made a bid. It looked like the last auction item was really going to go unsold. Li Nua's beautiful eyes swept around, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. "Miss Li, can you show me that thing?" Suddenly, a steady voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Saying so, she motioned to the maidservant, and the maidservant hurriedly walked towards Yang Kai's room. In room A5, Yang Kai frowned. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master, do you recognize this thing?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. I have to take a closer look." Hua Yumeng nodded suddenly. On the other side. In room A1, Jiang Changfeng's complexion changed slightly as he said with a gloomy expression, "Great Elder, the one who spoke is that guy." Gong Sun Liang raised his brow and narrowed his eyes. "My Purple Star's third venerable?" "Indeed." Jiang Changfeng nodded seriously. "A few days ago this Jiang went to invite this person on your orders, but he was rudely refused." This Jiang specifically stated that it was Great Elder who had invited him. However, he refused to accept it at all. This person is too arrogant. Gong Sun Liang stroked his beard and sneered coldly. He sneered, "Only capable people can be so arrogant." This old man originally wanted to find some time to meet this person. "I never expected to meet him here today, but since that's the case, let's have a good chat first. This old master wants to see whether this venerable really has ability or is just a fox trying to intimidate others." Jiang Changfeng was shocked when he heard this, and a hint of schadenfreude flashed across his eyes. He knew that although Gong Sun Liang didn't seem to care on the surface, he was actually quite upset that Yang Kai had refused to give him face. Inside room A5, Yang Kai took the auction item and examined it solemnly, his divine sense condensing into a wisp of light as he probed its interior. Neither Hua Yumeng nor the maidservant dared to disturb him. At first, nothing unusual happened, but at a certain moment, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing as his eyes bulged, as if he had been attacked by someone. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from his body and formed a barrier in front of him. Pa, with a soft sound, his divine sense defense was broken through in an instant. Just as Yang Kai was about to resist again with a look of horror, everything suddenly calmed down. The entire auction house fell silent as 90% of the cultivator went pale and trembled slightly. The moment Yang Kai's divine sense erupted, it was as if a dormant dragon had poked its head out of its lair, causing everyone to feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Fortunately, all of this happened quickly, otherwise some people would have gone crazy. Inside the private room, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment before he handed the auction item to the maidservant indifferently and said, "That's enough, you may withdraw." "Yes." The maidservant took the auction item and hurriedly left, not daring to breathe too loudly. "This old master also wants to observe. I wonder if Sister Li Nua can make it convenient?" Gong Sun Liang's voice came from room A1. He was really curious as to why Yang Kai had suddenly erupted with such a powerful divine sense just now. Whether it was Yang Kai himself or this last auction item, Gong Sun Liang had a strong interest in both. "If Great Elder wants to observe naturally," Li Nua smiled. The maidservant turned around and brought the last auction item to Gong Sun Liang's side. Gong Sun Liang observed for a much longer time than Yang Kai, but unlike Yang Kai, he did not make a mistake like Yang Kai did, allowing the nervous cultivator in the hall to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that Great Elder was truly worthy of his title, not someone ordinary masters could compare to. With Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang taking the lead, the masters in the private rooms all made similar requests. The last auction item was passed around in the hands of the masters. It was not until a stick of incense worth of time later that it returned to the auction stage. Li Nua smiled and said, "I wonder what master saw? If anyone can tell this mistress what this material is, this mistress will be greatly grateful. This concubine can't thank you enough. If I win this item later, I'll give it to you. If this mistress manages to obtain this item, this mistress can give the master a 10% discount." "Lady Li Nua, this old master can only see that this thing is extremely hard and is undoubtedly an Origin King grade artifact refining material." An old voice immediately came from the B-block private room. "You don't need to say that. This old master can also see that it is an Origin King grade material, but I don't know what it is specifically. Is this a piece of Phoenix Star Silver? It is rumored that Phoenix Star Silver is the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true Phoenix. It is formed from smelted minerals and is extremely hard. Its fire attribute energy is also contained within it. This old master can vaguely see a trace of hot aura flowing out from it, very similar to the rumored Phoenix Star Silver." "Old man Su, are you blind? Phoenix Star Silver is a fiery red color, but this thing is a light cyan. They are obviously different. How could they possibly be the same?" The person who spoke before was suddenly speechless, obviously feeling that his speculation was too arbitrary. "Ha!" Li Nua stood on the stage and smiled slightly. "Master, please don't be impatient. Let's auction this item first, shall we? She could also see that this group of people probably did not recognize what the last auction item was. Letting them quarrel would only be a waste of time. Lady Li Nuo, please make the decision. Good, this old master bids 30 million. In the B block private room, the old man who had just spoken about the Phoenix Star Silver said. No matter what this thing was, it was an Origin King grade material and such a large piece at that, if it was auctioned off and refined into an artifact, it would definitely be worth it. Origin King grade artifacts were existences that could be treated as family heirlooms. Many sects did not even have an Origin King grade artifact. 31 million. 33 million. No one knew why. This last auction item, after being examined by everyone, suddenly became a hot seller. Although the auction price did not rise too high, it was still able to avoid the crisis of a failed bid. The price was raised to 42 million. By this time, many people gradually withdrew. Perhaps in the minds of these people, spending so many Saint crystals to buy such an unknown treasure wasn't worth it. Only a handful of people were still bidding, and if nothing unexpected happened, the final price of this thing should be around 50 million Saint crystals. This was indeed the case, and after another round of bidding, the price stabilized at 51 million. At this point, no one was bidding anymore. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Nuo's eyes, but just as she was about to ask, a bid suddenly came from room A5, 60 million. Yang Kai had made a move. Li Nuo raised her eyes and looked towards room A5, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just now, Yang Kai had been holding back, so she thought that Yang Kai had no interest in this auction item, but now she knew that he was simply conceited and did not want to bid with the others before him, waiting until the end to make a final decision. This was a common trick used by powerful cultivators, a tried and tested method. Did he see what this material is? Li Nuo was suspicious. After all, it was Yang Kai who had been the first to check the auction item just now, and when he did so, he had caused such a big commotion. If someone were to say that Yang Kai had not seen anything and had made such a high bid, Li Nuo would not believe it. However, she did not ask for details and simply waited for the final price to be announced. As soon as Yang Kai made a bid, everyone else immediately fell silent. Not to mention that this price exceeded everyone's bottom line, Yang Kai's strength alone was not something they dared to offend. So, after the price of 60 million was announced, no one else followed. Li Nuo also spoke quickly. This master has bid 60 million, is there anyone who wants to go higher? If not, this mistress will be counting down. Chapter 1862. In order to coax his daughter to go to school, he had almost been forced to kneel. Li Nuo had a very good impression of Yang Kai, not only because Yang Kai gave her an approachable feeling when they first met, but also because of the message he had sent her that night. Come if you want to play and watch. Li Nuo understood at that time that the one who had secretly sent her a message was Yang Kai. As such, she had long since classified Yang Kai as one of her own in her heart. Now that she saw Yang Kai make a bid, how could she hesitate? She was ready to settle this quickly and decide on the price first. At the same time, she felt extremely annoyed in her heart. If she had known that Yang Kai was interested in this thing, she would not have put it up for auction and would have just given it to him directly. However, even so, it did not matter as she would simply return all the Saint crystals later. She could not let her own people suffer a loss. Various thoughts flashed across her mind as Li Nuo continued, 60 million going once, 70 million. Before Li Nuo could finish speaking, a new price was placed. Li Nuo looked up in amazement and found that the bidder was Great Elder Gong Sun Liang, causing her brow to furrow. In room A5, Yang Kai also raised his brow, feeling quite surprised, but soon he bid a new price, 100 million. In the past, it was rare for an auction to sell for more than 100 million spirit stones, but today in Clear Sky Auction House, the last 3 auction items all reached this standard, and the Origin King pill was sold for an astonishing 1 billion spirit stones. The price of this unknown artifact refining material had also broken the 100 million mark, and this was just the beginning. For a time, everyone's spirits were lifted. A confrontation between 2 Origin Kings, whether it was a competition of strength or financial resources, was extremely thrilling. How could they miss out on such a good show? As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, Gong Sun Liang shouted without blushing, 200 million. Everyone was dumbfounded as their hearts trembled. Gong Sun Liang had only participated in the competition for 2 auction items today, but each time he increased the price in an arrogant manner. It was as if he did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. This was no longer a normal auction. Instead, he was using his wealth to suppress others. Thinking of this, many people showed thoughtful expressions. They didn't know how the master in room A5 had offended the first elder. He actually provoked the great elder to deal with him the same way he dealt with the second young master. Hehe, great elder is indeed wealthy, this one admires you. In the private room, Yang Kai smiled indifferently and did not lower his voice. Therefore, his words were clearly heard by everyone in the hall. Great elder is right. Yang Kai agreed. If that's the case then, Yang Kai paused for a moment. All the cultivators in the hall turned sideways and pricked up their ears, as if they wanted to hear more clearly. 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall was once again in an uproar. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked around in confusion. It was as if he had heard something unbelievable. The great elder had raised the price ruthlessly, but this person was even more ruthless than the great elder. What kind of background did this person have? How dare he so blatantly oppose the great elder? Did he not know how to write the word death? On the high platform, Li Nua's beautiful eyes were filled with an uneasy look as she secretly regretted taking out this last item to auction. Now that she had provoked the master and the great elder to become enemies, she didn't know how things would end. If this matter was not handled properly, it would be a disaster. While worrying in her heart, Li Nua quietly sent a message to Aunt Chun, who was hiding in the dark, telling her to wait for an opportunity to act. In room A1, Gong Sun Liang's voice came out slowly. Friend, are you sure you want to pay 500 million? Yang Kai chuckled. What's wrong? Great Elder is willing to spend 1 billion St. Crystals to buy a useless Origin King pill, so what's wrong with this king spending 500 million to buy this artifact refining material? Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted. Yang Kai calling himself, this king, in front of him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Coupled with the fact that the last time he had asked Jiang Changfeng to invite Yang Kai, the other party had not given him any face, so his tone became cold. There's nothing wrong with this, I'm just afraid your excellency won't be able to pay later. Great Elder doesn't need to worry about that, Yang Kai chuckled. If Great Elder can pay 1 billion St. Crystals, so can this king. Hearing this, Gong Sun Liang became even more unhappy and shouted without hesitation, 600 million. 1 billion. Yang Kai didn't back down. In just a few words, the price had already caught up to the previous Origin King pill, which was not only shocking but also quite comical. In this world, what could be worth 1 billion St. Crystals? The Origin King pill wasn't worth it, nor was the unknown artifact refining material, only face was worth so much. A cold light flashed in Gong Sun Liang's eyes, and just as he was about to increase the price again, Zi Wuji's chuckle suddenly came from room A2. Both of you are people with great financial resources, Wuji deeply admires you, but Great Elder has just spent 1 billion St. Crystals. Do you still have the ability to increase the price? Zi Wuji was quite happy at this moment. Just now, he had been suppressed by Gong Sun Liang and was unable to obtain the Origin King pill, so he was naturally quite depressed. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai jump out to compete with Gong Sun Liang, how could he just stand by and watch? Immediately he stood up to support Yang Kai. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Zi Wuji's thoughts were very clear. Moreover, Yang Kai was the person he wanted to win over, so how could he let him fight alone? Now was the time to show his favor, so Zi Wuji spoke without hesitation. Whether this old master can pay or not, second young master doesn't need to worry about that, right? Gong Sun Liang's expression was gloomy and his tone was cold. Wuji has no right to interfere with Great Elder's private affairs, but Father and Big Brother are not on Purple Star now, and Great Elder commands Purple Star. Your every word and action is not only related to Great Elder, but also the integrity and credibility of all of Purple Star. When Great Elder bid for the Origin King pill, no one saw whether the 1 billion St. Crystals were paid or not. Of course, Wu Ji believes in Great Elder's character and will not have any doubts, but there are thousands of cultivators in this hall, so it is difficult to guarantee that some of them will not be suspicious of Great Elder's actions. I'm afraid they are still suspecting that Great Elder is bullying others and forcibly obtaining the Origin King pill. Impudence. Jiang Changfeng roared. Whether the 1 billion St. Crystals just now were paid or not, Lady Li Nua should know better than anyone else. This matter has been personally verified by Lady Li Nua, so what is second young master trying to imply? Eighth Elder is right. In that case, the 1 billion St. Crystals just now have already been paid. Zi Wuji chuckled. What do you mean just now? Jiang Changfeng's face went black. It's just that everything can be done once but not twice. Ziwu directly ignored Jiang Changfeng's clamor and continued, since Great Elder represents Purple Star, we can't always be suspected. Otherwise my Purple Star will lose all credibility. Great Elder is second only to one and above tens of thousands. What he says and does is a model for my Purple Star, so he shouldn't want such a thing to happen, right? Inside room A1, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes and waited for Ziwu to finish before saying lightly, then in second young master's opinion, what should this old master do to win the trust of others? Please enlighten me, second young master. You flatter me, Great Elder, you're being too serious. Ziwu quickly humbled himself. It's just that things have gotten to this point, so if we want to bid again, we need to offer something more substantial. How about this, if the two of you bid again, we'll send the corresponding amount of St. Crystals to the stage. This way, we'll be able to block the mouths of others and prevent my Purple Star's reputation from being tarnished again. Ziwu words were laced with sarcasm, causing Gong Sun Liang to become annoyed. He winked at Jiang Changfeng and the latter immediately understood and shouted, nonsense, how could there be such an auction in this world? That's a good idea. Yang Kai interrupted Jiang Changfeng with a smile. At the same time he released his divine sense to suppress Jiang Changfeng, making him unable to open his mouth again. I have no objection. Since we want to bid, we can't just randomly bid. I'm also afraid of being taken for a fool. Young Master Wuji's mind is really sharp. Master is too kind, Ziwu smiled happily. While replying, he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Master, Wuji has 600 million St. Crystals here. If Master needs them, Wuji will do his best to help. No need, second young master's kindness is something this young appreciates, Yang Kai replied and said, what does Great Elder think? Gong Sun Liang was annoyed, but now that he was riding a tiger, he had no choice but to agree. Good, this old master agrees. He was Purple Star's Great Elder. Trying to compete with him in terms of financial resources in Purple Star City was simply overestimating oneself. Since the two master have agreed, this mistress will be bold, Li Nua sighed lightly. Li Nua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the atmosphere in the auction house was still extremely solemn, at least there were no longer any signs of fighting. She turned to Yang Kai and said, this sir just bid 1 billion. And I don't have that many St. Crystals, Yang Kai replied. You dare bid without so many St. Crystals? Haha, isn't this what you meant by careless bidding just now? Jiang Changfeng laughed. Eighth Elder, this person only said he didn't have so many St. Crystals, he didn't say he couldn't afford it. Doesn't Master have other valuables? Ziwu immediately retorted. Second young master is right. Yang Kai nodded gently, I don't have so many St. Crystals, but I can use other things to replace them. Sister Li Nua, I wonder if this violates your auction house's rules? No, my Clear Sky auction house can accept other items of the corresponding value, Li Nua said seriously. Good, then take a look at this. Yang Kai said before tossing out a jade bottle and controlling it with his Saint Chi. It flew accurately towards the stage. Countless eyes stared at this jade bottle, all of them curious about what kind of pill it contained that could be worth 1 billion St. Crystals. Li Nua caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap and took a look. The next moment, her face changed as she exclaimed, this is an Origin King pill. Chapter 1863. What? An Origin King pill? How could that be? Does this master also have an Origin King pill? As soon as Li Nua's voice fell, the cultivator in the hall burst into an uproar. All of them craned their necks and stared towards the stage, as if trying to see through the jade bottle to see whether it contained an Origin King pill or not. Li Nua knew that words were useless, so she quickly opened the jade bottle and took out a round rolling pill. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air. When the Origin King pill was taken out before, everyone had already smelled its unique pill fragrance. Now that they smelled it again, they could immediately conclude that this was definitely an Origin King pill because the pill fragrance was almost identical to the one they had smelled before and after. If there was anything different, it was that the pill fragrance this time seemed to be richer. Look, this Origin King pill seems to be bigger than the previous one. Could it be that its quality is better than the previous one? What a joke, how can the quality of a spirit pill be judged by its size? It's just, judging from the color and fullness of this pill, it does seem to be better than the previous one. Isn't that the same thing? Sort of. The group of cultivators in the hall shouted endlessly. In room A2, Ziwuji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the Origin King pill on the stage, almost laughing wildly in his heart. The previous Origin King pill had been won by Gong Sun Liang, leaving Zi Wuji helpless and annoyed. Just when he thought he had missed a good opportunity, he never expected Yang Kai would actually take out another Origin King pill. Moreover, the quality was even better than the previous one. How could Zi Wuji not be surprised? In any case, he had to find a way to obtain this Origin King pill. As long as he had the help of this spirit pill, he could try to break through to the Origin King realm after some time. Once he succeeded, he would really have the capital to compete with Gong Sun Liang. How much is this King Spirit pill worth? Yang Kai's voice drifted out from the private room. Li Nua's eyes flashed for a moment before she chuckled lightly, because an Origin King pill was sold for 1 billion before, this Origin King pill is worth that much in this mistress' eyes. She was obviously helping Yang Kai. A gloomy look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes as he said coldly, "Miss Li Nua, you have to think it through. This old master is willing to spend 1 billion to buy an Origin King pill, but that doesn't mean it is really worth that price. If you set it at 1 billion, I won't agree." Li Nua frowned and was about to say something. Zi Wuji's voice suddenly came out, "Great Elder need not worry. Wuji spent 1 billion to buy this spirit pill. Although he did not have 1 billion Saint crystals. However, with his status, signing an IOU with Li Nua was not a problem." Li Nua nodded lightly before turning to look at Gong Sun Liang with a smile. "If that's the case, does First Elder still have any questions?" "Humph." Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted and no longer said anything. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, 1 billion. I ask Great Elder to present the Saint crystals or items of the corresponding value to the stage to show fairness." Zi Wuji shouted loudly, refusing to back down. Gong Sun Liang did not say anything, and a moment later, a space ring flew out of room A1 and headed straight to the stage. Li Nua reached out, grabbed it, and began to inspect it with a dignified expression. Zi Wuji grinned again and said, "Miss Li Nua should look carefully. After all, the number is so huge that it is not something that can be counted in a short time." As soon as the statement came out, many people could not help showing a thoughtful look, thinking that this was indeed the case. How could such a huge number be counted in such a short time? However, when Li Nua went to room A1 just now to count the Saint crystals, she had instantly determined the number. Could there be something fishy about this? Could it be that Great Elder really did not pay those Saint crystals? If that was the case, it would be too much of a scam. This time, Li Nua took a long time to count, and after a stick of incense worth of time, she smiled and said, "The number has been confirmed. It is indeed 1 billion Saint crystals. Great Elder is truly amazing. This one is impressed." Yang Kai chimed in with a smile. "If your excellency does not have the ability to increase the price, this auction item will be won by this old master," Gong Sun Liang replied lightly. Yang Kai chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent out a stream of light from his private room, landing lightly in front of Li Nua. Another jade bottle. Another spirit pill? Could it be another Origin King pill? That's unlikely. The Origin King pill can only be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist, and the main materials required to refine it are in short supply. Normally, even one Origin King grade alchemist would be considered a rare treasure, so how could they appear one after another in an auction? There must be some other spirit pill in this jade bottle. That makes sense, but this master's background is extraordinary, so presumably the value of the spirit pill he took out this time should not be lower than an Origin King pill. Everyone was discussing this matter, all of them curious about the pill inside the jade bottle, wondering what kind of pill Yang Kai had taken out this time. Li Nua opened the jade bottle and glanced at it suspiciously, her tender body shaking as a look of horror appeared on her face. Raising her head, she shouted, "An Origin King pill. Is it really an Origin King pill? How many Origin King pills does this master have? Master, do you want a follower? This one is a peak 3rd order Origin returning realm cultivator. If the master does not refuse, this one is willing to follow the master and work as an ox or a horse without complaint." "Bah? Chinold Fourth, with your level you want to follow this master? I think you want that Origin King pill, right? With your aptitude, even if you have an Origin King pill, it is impossible for you to break through to the Origin King realm. Don't waste that spirit pill in the end. Master, please take a look at this son's aptitude. This son has already reached the peak of the 3rd order Origin returning realm and his Saint Chi is extremely condensed. Master, please allow this son to serve you." "Son old 2, you dare ruin this Chen's plans? This Chen will fight you." "Two idiots with this master's identity, how could he possibly take a liking to you? Master, this mistress has a special constitution, and although it is not as good as the legendary wondrous furnace body, it is somewhat similar. Does Master not want to try it? Although this mistress is only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator now, she will break through to the origin king realm sooner or later. If Master does not refuse, this mistress is willing to serve as your slave. A cheap slut like you dares to show your face in public? Aren't you ashamed? Master, please choose me. I have never been touched by a man before, my body is still clean. I know the art of the boudoir. I promise to make Master so happy that he will forget his duties. The entire auction hall instantly became a noisy vegetable market as countless origin returning realm cultivators shouted in the direction of room A5, trying to show off their skills while some women even shamelessly tried to seduce him. Yang Kai taking out 2 origin king pills at once showed just how rich he was. Since he could take out 2 at once, it did not mean he did not have more. An origin king pill was a fatal temptation to any third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If they could follow Yang Kai and obtain an origin king pill, it would really be worth it to work like a horse. Inside the private room, Hua Yuming's pretty face was livid as she looked down at the group of ruined women below, her nose almost crooked from anger. However, her beautiful eyes were also shining brightly as she stared at Yang Kai. After all, she was also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. On the stage, Li Nuo looked at the funny scene below with a wry smile, not knowing what to do. She had presided over many auctions before, but she had never experienced such a situation. Her limelight had been stolen by a mere participant, but she did not complain. She just felt a bit strange. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said lightly, "This king appreciates everyone's kindness, but this king has no intention of recruiting any followers. What's more, origin king pills are things that can only be found by chance. This king only obtained 2 of them by accident, nothing more. He really only had 2. Originally, he had refined them while performing alchemy on the floating continent and wanted to take them when he was about to break through to the origin king realm, but in the end he found that his breakthrough had gone smoothly, so he did not take advantage of the origin king pill's medicinal efficacies. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, many cultivators showed looks of disappointment. Except for a few whose eyes lit up, everyone else sat back down and no longer bothered. Yang Kai then turned to Li Nuo and said, "What is the value of this origin king pill?" Li Nuo said without hesitation, "Since the origin king pill just now is worth 1 billion, this one should be the same." Gong Sun Liang shouted angrily, "Can you find another person willing to spend 1 billion to buy it?" Li Nuo suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Sister Li Nuo doesn't need to feel embarrassed. Let's just set the price at 500 million. Li Nuo showed a grateful look and nodded, "Since Master says so, then we will set the price at 500 million. I wonder if Great Elder has any objections?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak. Everyone knew the value of an origin king pill. 500 million to 600 million was normal. Many people would rush to buy one, so an estimate of 500 million was already considered a bargain. Yang Kai's generosity made Gong Sun Liang seem narrow-minded. Li Nuo smiled lightly, "The master in room A5 has bid 5 billion. Does Great Elder still wish to increase the price?" Inside room A1, a look of struggle flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes. Jiang Changfeng spoke from the side, "Great Elder, what is so mysterious about this thing that you and that person are willing to spend so much money to bid for it?" Gong Sun Liang glanced at him and sneered, "It's nothing, it's just a matter of dou qi." Jiang Changfeng broke out in cold sweat as he thought to himself, being able to spend more than 1 billion Saint crystals in a battle of dou qi, you two are really talented. After pondering for a moment he said, "If that's the case, Great Elder doesn't need to compete with him anymore. This is Purple Star, is Great Elder afraid of him?" A cold light flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he nodded after a long time, "Fine, let's end this matter here." Although he still had the ability to continue bidding, looking at Yang Kai's attitude, he was not confident he could compete with him. As Jiang Changfeng said, this was Purple Star, so he really did not need to fear anyone. What harm was there in letting that person keep this thing for a while? Saying so, his figure flickered and disappeared from the private room. Chapter 1864. Inside room A1, Jiang Changfeng looked helpless as he knew that Gong Sun Liang had thrown this mess to him to clean up and could not help cursing in his heart. On the stage, Li Nuo waited for a moment, but seeing that Gong Sun Liang still had no intention of increasing the price, she began to count down happily. After 3 counts, The unknown artifact refining material was won by Yang Kai. When someone delivered the material to room A5, Yang Kai directly put it into his space ring with a look of joy on his face. Hua Yumeng watched curiously, wondering what this material was that it could make Yang Kai so happy. The auction came to an end and the cultivator who had come to participate left one after another. When almost everyone had left, Jiang Changfeng shamelessly went to find Li Nuo and take back the St. Crystals Gong Sun Liang had pawned to her. That was 1 billion St. Crystals, so naturally he could not just let it go. Inside room A2, Zi Wuji paced around impatiently, looking up from time to time as if waiting for something. After a long time, the door opened and Ji Jun's figure appeared. Zi Wuji's expression shook as he hurriedly asked, "Old Ji, how did it go?" Ji Jun grinned and cupped his fists. "I did not disappoint second young master's orders and succeeded in both matters." "Really?" Zi Wuji was overjoyed. "Great, after this matter is settled, old Ji will remember this merit." Ji Jun shook his head and said, "Second young master is too serious. This old master watched you grow up, so there is no need to mention any merit for this matter." Saying so, Ji Jun took out a jade bottle and said, "Second young master, please take a look. This is the Origin King pill this old master just bought from Lady Li Nuo." Lady Li Nuo said that second young master saw injustice this time and pulled out his sword to help. She admires second young master very much. "So, this Origin King pill will be sold at the price you bid before, only 600 million St. Crystals." A look of surprise flashed across Zi Wuji's eyes. Li Nuo actually has such courage? Ji Jun also had a suspicious expression on his face. All businessmen are evil. Li Nuo is a businesswoman, yet she took the initiative to give up 400 million St. Crystals. This old master thinks there must be a reason for this, perhaps. Maybe she knows the master. Zi Wuji said thoughtfully, "What old Ji means is that she gave me such a big discount because I secretly helped that master? Other than that, I can't think of any other reason." Ji Jun nodded seriously. "You're right." Zi Wuji pondered for a moment before agreeing with Ji Jun's speculation. "If that's the case, then we should take good care of this clear sky auction house. Well, let's not talk about this for now. What about the other thing I asked you to do?" "That master has already agreed. I have already asked Miss Li Nuo to arrange a private room for him and second young master. Second young master, please follow me." Zi Wuji's eyes flashed with joy as he quickly followed Ji Jun. In the backyard of Clear Sky Auction House, inside a secret room, all the barriers were activated and Li Nuo and Hua Yumeng stood quietly outside. Not long after, Zi Wuji and Ji Jun arrived. The two women quickly saluted before Li Nuo smiled and said, "The master is inside, second young master, please." "Many thanks, Sister Li Nuo." Zi Wuji cupped his fists politely. "Second young master is too polite, it was only a slight effort." "No matter what. This young master will remember today's matter in his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, this young master will definitely repay you." Li Nuo smiled and did not say anything more. Zi Wuji then led Ji Jun inside. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting alone in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly comprehending something. Seeing this scene, Zi Wuji immediately held his breath and waved to Ji Jun, motioning him to leave. Ji Jun frowned and whispered, "Second young master." "Old Ji, I understand." Zi Wuji looked at Ji Jun sincerely. The latter had no choice but to withdraw. Only Yang Kai and Zi Wuji were left in the room. Yang Kai did not move, open his eyes or speak, so Zi Wuji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand quietly and wait. He mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was comprehending something, but in fact Yang Kai's soul had already entered the small sealed world at this moment. Inside the small sealed world, there was no one except for Yang Kai's huge embodiment, Firebird Lu Yen, and Stone Mongoose Xiao Xiao. The embodiment was formed by refining the entire floating continent, so it was simply too big for a space ring to accommodate. Only an emperor artifact like the small sealed world could accommodate it. Since the last time he took in his embodiment, Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it, but at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that his embodiment seemed to have become much smaller. Yang Kai could not help feeling overjoyed. It seemed that as time passed, the embodiment would gradually refine the impurities in its body, and although it would become smaller, it would become more powerful. This was the same principle as artifact refining. The innate divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan was enough to allow the embodiment to accomplish this, so it would become smaller and smaller in the future. Of course, it was already impossible for it to return to Xiao Zhao's form. Yang Kai did not think too much about it as long as the embodiment could be reduced in size by half. Although the current embodiment was huge and gave off a strong sense of oppression to its enemies, it was also inconvenient for it to move if it was too big, so there were pros and cons. Firebird Lu Yen was still swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. Every time she absorbed a wisp of sun's true fire, it would take her a lot of time to refine it, and every time she refined a wisp, her strength would increase by a lot. Xiao Xiao was doing something similar now. He and Firebird were Yang Kai's two great helpers, so Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Since he let Firebird refine the sun's true fire, Xiao Xiao naturally could not be left behind. However, what he was doing was somewhat different from what Lu Yen was doing. Lu Yen absorbed the sun's true fire and refined it into her own body to increase her strength, while Xiao Xiao directly swallowed the sun's true essence. This approach was more overbearing and dangerous than Lu Yan's, but it also had higher growth potential. When Yang Kai arrived here, his two great helpers were both cultivating diligently, but the piece of sun's true essence, after so many years of consumption, had not changed at all. It was as if it was still exuding a terrifying heat just like when Yang Kai first obtained it. Worthy of being a supreme treasure formed by refining stars, the energy contained inside it was difficult to estimate. Yang Kai threw the materials he had obtained from the previous auction into the sealed world bead before summoning Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen with a thought. The next moment, Lu Yen transformed into her human form and appeared in front of Yang Kai. She said expressionlessly, "Greetings, Master. What orders does Master have?" "You too, swallow and refine the outer layer of this thing." Yang Kai pointed to the material he had spent 2 Origin King pills to obtain. "This is..." Lu Yen stared at the baby head-sized mineral and a look of amazement soon appeared on her face. "Master, what is this thing? Why do I feel like it will be of great help to me?" "The outer layer. It should be Phoenix Star Silver." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Previously at the auction, a cultivator had said that it was similar to Phoenix Star Silver, and he was right. Phoenix Star Silver was the breath of an ancient divine spirit, true phoenix. It was formed by smelting minerals and contained the aura of an ancient divine spirit, making it extremely precious. Lu Yan's body was an artifact spirit in the form of a firebird. The most noble bird of all was naturally the divine spirit, true phoenix. She could feel that Phoenix Star Silver was of great help to her, and this was also the reason why. If she could swallow and refine Phoenix Star Silver, she might be able to catch a glimpse of the grace of a true phoenix. The outer layer? Lu Yen showed a thoughtful look. "That is to say, there is another layer inside. Don't mess around with the things inside, they are of great use to me." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Master, what exactly is in there?" "An Origin Essence Crystal." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he spat out a few words. "An Origin Essence Crystal?" Lu Yen was shocked. "The Origin Essence Crystal that only third-order Origin Kings can condense?" Yang Kai nodded heavily. Although he was now a second-order Origin King, he had only just broken through and was still in the groping stage when it came to Origin Essence Crystals. There were no signs of one forming in his body. However, he had once come into contact with a real Origin Essence Crystal. It was the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King that he had obtained by entering the Blood Prison trial at the request of Red Moon Tribal Lord on Monster Star. However, that was an Origin Essence Crystal of the monster race, so in terms of form, it was a monster core. However, what existed inside this Phoenix Star Silver was an Origin Essence Crystal. It was for this reason that Lu Yen had not hesitated to compete with Gong Sun Liang. Lu Yen believed that even if Gong Sun Liang did not know that what was inside was an Origin Essence Crystal, he definitely knew that its value was extraordinary, so he kept raising the price. In that auction house, only he and Gong Sun Liang had reached the second-order Origin King realm, and only their divine senses could penetrate the outer layer of the Phoenix Star Silver and pry into its true nature. No one else had this ability, so of course they could not judge the true value of this Phoenix Star Silver. The difference was that Yang Kai could determine its value while Gong Sun Liang was confused. If he could determine its value, he would never give up so easily and would likely fight with Yang Kai to the end. The help an Origin Essence Crystal provided to an Origin King Realm cultivator was simply unimaginable. When Red Moon Tribal Lord asked Yang Kai to help her go to the Blood Prison to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, it was in preparation for breaking through to the Third Order. Today's Yang Kai was on the same level as Red Moon Tribal Lord back then, so he naturally needed an Origin Essence Crystal. In the entire Star Territory, how many Third-Order Origin Kings were there? These people were all old monsters who had died of old age, and even if they reached the end of their lifespans, no one knew where they died, let alone obtain their origin essence crystals. As such, this origin essence crystal was a treasure that could not be bought with money. Yang Kai being able to obtain an origin essence crystal this time was also a stroke of luck. Compared with the origin essence crystal inside it, the value of the Phoenix Star Silver was not worth mentioning, so Yang Kai generously allowed Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao to swallow and refine it. The Phoenix Star Silver itself had a great effect on Xiao Xiao's cultivation, while the true Phoenix aura contained within the Phoenix Star Silver was of great significance to Lu Yen. Coupled with the sun's true essence, Yang Kai believed that these two helpers would experience a significant increase in their strength in the future. As for why this origin essence crystal was wrapped in the Phoenix Star Silver, Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps in the distant past, a third-order origin king master had been burned to death by the divine flames of a true phoenix, causing the origin essence crystal in his body to fuse with the nearby minerals. Of course, this was just a guess, but it should not be far off. It was precisely because of the existence of the origin essence crystal that the color of this Phoenix Star Silver was so different. Chapter 1865. After dealing with the matters in the small sealed world, Yang Kai's soul returned to his body and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing faintly at Ziwu Ji, who was standing to the side, Yang Kai said, "Second young master, please sit." Although he had been dealing with the small sealed world just now, he was still aware of Ziwu Ji's arrival, so he was not surprised. Seeing him act so amiably, Ziwu Ji's face lit up and he quickly said, "In front of master, this Wu Ji can speak while standing." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said unhurriedly, "Young Master Wu Ji is Purple Star's second young master. Your status is different. I'm afraid it is inappropriate for you to speak while standing." Ziwu Ji cupped his fists and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "In that case, please forgive this Wu Ji for being presumptuous, venerable." Saying so, he sat down opposite Yang Kai, took the initiative to pick up the teapot, and poured a cup for Yang Kai, appearing extremely attentive. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This king must first thank second young master for secretly helping me out." Ziwu Ji was startled, but he quickly understood what Yang Kai was referring to and hurriedly said, "Venerable is too serious. Jiang Chao is just a clown. Daring to offend Venerable, he deserves to die 10,000 times." Although Wu Ji ordered Vice Commander Chu Zheng to deal with him, Great Elder's influence was too great. In the end, Jiang Chao was thrown out without receiving any punishment. Yang Kai chuckled, as second young master said, "Jiang Chao is just a clown. How could this king lower himself to his level?" Ziwu Ji immediately cupped his fists and said, "Venerable master is magnanimous, Wu Ji admires you greatly." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Enough small talk," second young master asked Li Nuo to make these arrangements in secret. "May I ask why you are looking for me?" Ziwu Ji's expression became serious as he said, "Wu Ji heard that my purple star has a third venerable, one with great strength. This is my purple star's fortune I admire. Get to the point." Ziwu Ji's voice came to an abrupt end as he pondered for a long time before standing up and bowing to the ground. "Wu Ji asks Venerable to help me control Purple Star." His expression was firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. However, after saying these words, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious. He was also extremely nervous and his heart was struggling greatly. After saying this, he did not receive any response, so Ziwu Ji quietly looked up. He saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. That smile was full of meaning. Although the other party's gaze didn't have the slightest bit of oppressive force, it was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything and peer into the depths of his heart. Ziwu Ji's heart clenched. Suddenly, he had the illusion that all his secrets had been seen through. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Venerable One, please help Wu Ji." "How dare you?" Yang Kai slammed the table, his tone extremely cold. Ziwu Ji shuddered as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai sneered, "Second young master, I didn't expect you to dare act so disgracefully. Since you know that this king is Purple Star's venerable, you should know that venerable is second only to one and above tens of thousands. Sometimes, venerable represents the master of Purple Star, yet you dare say such words in front of this king? Are you trying to overthrow your father's rule and force this king to take action against you?" Ziwu Ji said, "Please calm your anger, venerable. As Purple Star's second young master, this Wu Ji understands the rules." "It's just that." "Just what?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at Ziwu Ji as he surrounded him with his territory domain, seemingly ready to kill him if he dared to say such words again. Sweat poured down Ziwuji's forehead like raindrops as he felt the aura of death for the first time. Under the pressure of Yang Kai's territory domain, he almost lost his ability to think and fell to his knees. At the critical moment, Ziwuji bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind for a moment before quickly saying, "Normally, Wuji would not dare to have such improper thoughts. Purple Star has been controlled by my Z family for generations, and my father, Zilong, is one of the overlords of this world, the one Wuji respects and worships the most. How could Wuji dare disrespect him? However, father has fallen and big brother is nowhere to be found. Purple Star cannot be without a leader. If Wuji does not stand up at this time, who else can?" "What did you just say?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ziwuji, a murderous intent rising from the depths of his heart. He had never expected that Ziwuji would know that Zilong had fallen. Although he did not know what method Ziwuji used to learn this, judging from the other party's demeanor and tone of voice, Ziwuji could tell that Ziwuji was not making wild guesses and was instead fully confident. However, besides Yang Kai and Guizhu, no one else knew about this matter, so how did Ziwuji know? Yang Kai could not figure it out at all. Ziwuji seemed to have calmed down a lot and his speech became clearer as he stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes without fear and said, "Venerable does not need to deceive Wuji. Wuji learned about this matter a few days after my father fell." After saying so, he chuckled, "Venerable must be wondering how this Wuji learned about this matter. This matter is very simple. My father had a life lamp. If he lives, the lamp will exist, but if he dies, the lamp will go out. In this world, only one person knows about the existence of this lamp, and that is Wuji's mother. Even my big brother, Zidong, does not know about the existence of this life lamp." "Life lamp?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had never heard of this thing before, he knew that it was probably similar to the I-Soul bead condensed by Su Yen in the past. If the person lived, the bead would exist, but if the person died, the bead would break. Ziwuji nodded seriously. Although my father had many wives and concubines, the one he loved the most was still Wuji's mother, so this life lamp was always kept by her. After the life lamp broke, my mother told Wuji about it. "Since Zilong cares so much about your mother, why didn't he train you as his successor?" Yang Kai sneered. Ziwuji smiled bitterly. "Venerable has only been in Purple Star for a short time, so I'm afraid he is not clear about the situation. Purple Star is headed by my father, but under my father, Great Elder is the most powerful person. My big brother's mother happens to be Great Elder's daughter." "And I understand," Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the end, this was Zilong's compromise. No wonder Zidong, who had such a bad character, was able to become Purple Star's young master. Yang Kai used to think that it was because Zilong spoiled him too much, but it turned out there was another reason. "Venerable doesn't seem to be surprised by the news of my father's death at all. It seems you already knew about it, right?" Ziwuji looked at Yang Kai and said softly, "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai asked back, "Haha, when my father took my big brother out, he went to the legendary Severed World. It is extremely dangerous and full of crises. Even my father was not confident he could escape unscathed. My father should have fallen there. However, Venerable suddenly appeared in Purple Star City some time later. This Wuji had never heard of your existence before. This Wuji guessed that you should have met my father in the Severed World and become my Purple Star's third Venerable there. Perhaps you were also there when my father fell, which is why today's news is not surprising at all." "Your analysis is reasonable." Yang Kai nodded approvingly, but in the next moment his face suddenly became cold and murderous intent flashed across his brow. "But if I had killed Zilong, today's situation could also have occurred. Did young Master Wuji not consider this?" Ziwuji's complexion changed, but he did not panic and instead said calmly, "This Wuji naturally considered this, but it shouldn't have been possible. It's not that this Wuji questions Venerable's strength. Since Venerable was able to obtain my father's approval and gave him the Venerable token, it is only natural that Venerable possesses incredible strength and means. However, if Venerable wanted to kill a character like my father, I'm afraid he would not be able to escape unscathed, right? Therefore my father's death should have nothing to do with Venerable." Ziwuji's speculation was not wrong, but he had seriously underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Moreover, the situation at that time was not just Yang Kai fighting Zilong alone, but also Guizhu and the embodiment attacking together. In addition, there is another, more important reason, and that is that my big brother is still alive. If my father was really killed by Venerable, my big brother would not have escaped. "Your big brother also has a life lamp?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Naturally, Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai rejoiced for no reason. Fortunately, Zidong's soul had not been destroyed, otherwise he would have walked right into a trap on this trip to Purple Star. Considering all this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became friendly and he sighed, "Young Master Wuji, you are very smart. If I were Zilong, I would definitely train you as my successor." Ziwuji smiled happily and said humbly, "Venerable is too kind, this Wuji is just dragging out an ignoble existence." Yang Kai sighed and said, "You are right, Zilong did fall in the severed world. It was there that I met Zilong and had a life and death experience with him. He invited me to join Purple Star and this king agreed, but who would have thought that there would be a 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird in that damned place? Only a third-order origin king could resist that evil beast. Your father was caught off guard by its 7-colored radiant divine light and fell. This king deeply regrets his death." Hearing what Yang Kai said, Ziwuji immediately burst into tears, his tears rolling down his cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, admiring him greatly in his heart. This Ziwuji was definitely a genius. Although he was crying so hard as if he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, it was also because of this that he appeared a bit artificial. After all, he had not just learned about his father's death, but had already learned about it when his life lamp went out. Now that he was acting in front of Yang Kai, it was obvious that he was putting on an act. Moreover, Yang Kai was not sure whether he believed the story he had just made up. However, whether he believed it or not, Yang Kai could only take one step at a time. After crying for a while, Ziwuji restrained his voice, wiped his tears and said in a trembling voice, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Venerable. This is only human nature, second young master, please restrain your grief." Yang Kai comforted patiently. "Venerable, Wuji still has one thing he does not understand and hopes Venerable will not hesitate to enlighten him." Ziwuji quickly recovered, seemingly turning his grief into strength. "Speak," Yang Kai said lightly. "My eldest brother. Where is he now?" Ziwuji asked in a low voice. Chapter 1866. Yang Kai looked at him and smiled slightly. "Why are you asking about this?" Ziwuji quickly said, "The severed world is so dangerous that even a great character like father has fallen, so Big Brother should not have come out unscathed. Him being able to survive may be thanks to Venerable's efforts, so only Venerable knows Big Brother's whereabouts now." "So what if I do?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth. "What? Does young Master Wuji want this king to hand over your big brother to you?" Ziwuji waved his hand in horror. "I wouldn't dare. Wuji never had such an idea. Big Brother and Wuji are brothers, and now that father has fallen, how could Wuji have any thoughts about Big Brother? However, Wuji would like to ask, Venerable, did you come to Purple Star this time because of Big Brother's request?" "Nonsense, what is this king's identity? Even if he is Purple Star's young master, he has no right to interfere with this king's actions," Yang Kai sneered. Ziwuji was overjoyed. "Then it's easy to handle. Since Venerable and my father shared a life and death friendship, you certainly cannot bear to see Purple Star's power fall into the hands of others. If that were the case, how could my father rest in peace in the afterlife? Please help me, Venerable." Yang Kai remained silent, seemingly contemplating. Ziwuji saw that there was hope and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "Since Venerable has already met my big brother, you must know what kind of character he has. I wonder, in Venerable's opinion, who is more suitable to sit in the position of Purple Star's master?" Yang Kai said lightly, "Although Zidong's aptitude is good in terms of calmness and scheming, he is indeed inferior to you. He can become a master but he can never become an overlord." "Many thanks for Venerable's praise." Ziwuji accepted unceremoniously. He quickly said, "Venerable, father and big brother have been missing for nearly 2 years, and although their authority still exists, Great Elder has been restless. If we delay any longer, Purple Star's situation will not be good. Since the Venerable One has already received the Venerable One command from his father, Wuji will naturally see you as one of his own. If Venerable can help us, we can succeed." "Are you so sure?" Yang Kai frowned. Ziwuji smiled confidently. "In Purple Star, my Z family is the most orthodox." Wuji had kept a low profile for so many years. Now that he dared to jump out and compete with that old fogey, he naturally didn't have nothing. What he lacked now. He was just a key figure who could contend against that old man. The arrival of the Venerable One has given Wuji hope. Yang Kai looked at Ziwuji with some surprise and found that he had still underestimated this guy. Listening to this guy's tone, It seemed that he had already recruited a lot of powerful cultivators to work for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai pretended to ponder. Zi Wuji did not dare to disturb him rashly and could only stand in place and wait anxiously. After a long time, just as Zi Wuji was waiting anxiously, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Young Master Wuji being so frank and astute makes this king feel very gratified. I believe that if this Zi Long were to know of this, he would be able to smile in the afterlife. Venerable means. Zi Wuji looked at Yang Kai in surprise and joy. If you want me to help you, it is not impossible. As a venerable, this king should contribute to Purple Star. This king is not a cold-blooded person and cannot watch Purple Star's foundation fall into the hands of others, but if venerable has any requests, please state them. If this Wuji can fulfill them, he will not refuse. Zi Wuji was very polite and did not wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking before he finished speaking. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. This king only has 2 requests. The first is that this king wants to enter your Purple Star's vault and take something from it that your father promised to give me. The vault? Zi Wuji looked shocked and immediately smiled bitterly. Venerable may not know, but this Wuji also knows a thing or two about Purple Star's vault. It is located in the most heavily guarded area of Purple Star Palace. Although this Wuji can approach it without the key, he cannot open it. This Wuji has never entered the vault before, only my father and big brother have ever entered it. I have the key, Yang Kai said. There is no need for second young master to worry about this. Father's key is in Venerable's hands? Zi Wuji was stunned. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Zi Wuji's face changed slightly as he thought of something, but he quickly restrained himself and nodded. If that's the case, then this matter is not difficult. As second young master, Wuji naturally has the right to approach the vault. Just leave this matter to me. Very good, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. The second thing is to release the people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, Zi Wuji wore a bitter look and said helplessly, Venerable may not know, but these people were not imprisoned by this Wuji but by Great Elder. The people guarding them are all Great Elder's confidants. Of course I know he did it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Second young master is now busy with his own affairs, so how could he have the leisure to detain Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's people? However, this king is very curious. Why did Great Elder do this? Zi Wuji's face became gloomy as he said, if this Wuji's guess is correct, it's probably a method that old fart used to target me. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is a behemoth that is even stronger than my Purple Star, Zi Wuji whispered. Among the people who came to Purple Star this time, the leader seems to be the son of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. Great Elder has detained him, so if Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce learns of this, they will naturally take action. This matter can be big or small. If it's big, it's a conflict between 2 great forces that is very likely to lead to a war between the 2 sides, but if it's small, it's not even worth mentioning as long as those people's lives are not in danger. If Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce really receives news and comes to collect these people, Great Elder only needs to casually hand over a scapegoat to turn big things into small things and small things into nothing. I believe Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce will not be willing to have a direct conflict with Purple Star over such a trivial matter. Of course, the scapegoat handed over must have a certain amount of weight. Naturally, a cat or dog won't be able to quell the anger of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. So that scapegoat is probably you? Yang Kai understood. Besides me, who else in Purple Star can take on this responsibility? Zi Wuji sneered. If Wuji is handed over, Purple Star will really have to change its surname. So that's how it is. Yang Kai finally understood why Purple Star had suddenly detained Shin Tu and the others. It turned out that Great Elder was using this as a means to deal with Zi Wuji. It could only be said that Shin Tu had not checked the almanac before coming out and had fallen headlong into this vortex. So, if Venerable wants to save them, he has to deal with that old fart first. I understand, Yang Kai nodded. Venerable, you and those people from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce know each other? Zi Wuji couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly. Zi Wuji immediately smiled and said, Wuji has asked too much. Good, this king now wants to know how second young master plans to deal with Great Elder. Don't tell me you don't have a complete plan. Naturally not. A look of excitement appeared on Zi Wuji's face. This Wuji has been preparing for a long time, just waiting for this day to come. Now that I have Venerable's help, this matter will definitely succeed. Wuji's plan is like this. At that moment, Ziwuji explained his thoughts. Yang Kai listened calmly, secretly surprised in his heart. He had not expected that with Ziwuji's means and ability, he would be able to endure until today and only reveal his true face. On top of that, there were countless masters in Purple Star who had been subdued by him. This little brat's ability to conceal his strength and bide his time was truly amazing. After listening, Yang Kai thought about it silently and felt that this matter was not far off. Immediately he gave Ziwuji a look and said, "If Purple Star can be controlled by second young master, it will definitely be more glorious in the future." "Venerable is too kind," Ziwuji smiled modestly. "Good, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. When that day comes, this king will go find second young master." Wuji respectfully sees Venerable off. Ziwuji got up and bowed to the ground. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai greeted Li Nuo before taking Hua Yumeng to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Inside his room, Ziwuji could not hide the joy on his face as he let out a silent laugh. When Ji Jun came in and saw him like this, he was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Young master, have you reached an agreement with that master?" Ziwuji nodded. Ji Jun punched his right fist into his left palm and said excitedly, "Great, after hiding for so many days I can finally hold my head up high. But young master, can that master be trusted?" Hearing Ji Jun's question, Ziwuji also restrained the joy on his face. "He should be. This master does not have a strong sense of belonging to my Purple Star, so he will not be loyal to any side. As long as I can meet his requirements, he can be used by me. But having said that, I still have to be on guard. Old Ji, come with me back to Purple Star Palace to see mother." Ji Jun's expression became solemn. "Young master wants to ask that master to take action?" Ziwuji nodded, "And my Purple Star has more than one venerable." After returning to Five Paths Chamber of Commerce with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai entered retreat and told the people of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce not to run around for the time being. In fact, there was no need for him to tell them this, as when Hua Yumeng returned with more than 200 million Saint Crystals, Xia Jingwu and the others were all shocked. Such a huge number of Saint Crystals was something they had only heard about in the past, and none of them dared to imagine they could possess, but today it was right in front of them. No one dared to believe this was real. It took half a day for everyone to accept this reality, and under Hua Yumeng's leadership, they immediately allocated 20 million Saint Crystals to purchase precious cultivation materials. Over the next few days, everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was in retreat, so how could they have the leisure to run around? Chapter 1867. Time flew by and soon half a month had passed. On this day, Purple Star's ancestral worship ceremony was held. Every year on this day, Purple Star's leaders, led by Purple Star's master, would gather in groups to worship their ancestors and comfort their souls in heaven. Inside Purple Star Palace there was a huge ancestral hall. Not only were the ancestors of the Z family enshrined in this hall, but there were also countless people who had made great contributions to the development of Purple Star. The tablets of all the elders were also enshrined here. This was a major event for Purple Star, so no one dared to treat it carelessly. Purple Star's leaders had also prepared for this event for a long time, taking all aspects into consideration. As such, on this day, all Purple Star's leaders would arrive at Purple Star Palace on time and gather in the direction of the ancestral hall. Almost all eyes and attention were focused on the ancestral hall, ignoring the protection of other places. Yang Kai also arrived at Purple Star Palace at this time. After showing his venerable token at the entrance of the palace, a guard immediately led him in respectfully. Not long after, a person suddenly appeared in front of him and said to the guard, "You may withdraw, this old master will take care of the rest." "Yes." The guard bowed and quickly retreated. Yang Kai looked at the man and cupped his fists slightly. "Elder Ji." This person was none other than Ji Jun, who had been following Ziwuji all this time. Ji Jun smiled slightly and returned the courtesy. Ji Jun greets Venerable Yang. "Venerable Yang, please follow me. Second young master has arranged everything and now only awaits Venerable Yang's arrival." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and followed Ji Jun inside. Ji Jun was undoubtedly very familiar with Purple Star Palace, so after leading Yang Kai left and right, it only took him half an hour to arrive in front of a secret hall at the center of the palace. This secret hall was made of some unknown material and was surrounded by various barriers, giving it a very tight security. However, at this moment it was empty. The cultivator guarding this place had obviously been transferred away. Ji Jun stood in front of the secret hall with a fanatical look in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and said, "Venerable Yang, second young master said that this is where Purple Star's vault is located. You only need a special key and a drop of blood essence from a direct descendant of the Z family to open the treasury." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. You need a drop of blood essence from the Z family's direct descendant? Why haven't I heard of such a thing? Whether it was Zidong or Zi Wuji, neither of them had told him this secret. Zi Wuji hiding something from him was something Yang Kai could understand. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other, and although they had an agreement, it was not to the point of being completely honest with each other. But Zidong Lai had actually kept it a secret. This made Yang Kai very angry. Ji Jun chuckled, "Please calm down, Venerable One. It's not a big deal. Young Master Wuji has already prepared a drop of his blood essence for Venerable One." As he spoke, he took out a transparent bottle. The bottle contained a drop of dark red blood. Within the blood bead, there were traces of purple radiance. It seemed to be nurturing some kind of mysterious power. It seemed to be somewhat different from the others, and it was rolling around at the bottom of the bottle. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and before Ji Jun could react, the drop of blood essence was caught by Yang Kai. This made Ji Jun's face change drastically. He was a first-order origin king, but Yang Kai had snatched something from his hand without him even being able to react. It was obvious the gap in strength between the two of them. Venerable, this. Ji Jun stared at the drop of blood essence and stammered. "How do I use this thing?" "Elder Ji, just tell me," Yang Kai ordered lightly, but his tone was filled with an irrefutable tone. Ji Jun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. Instead he said, "You just need to smear this blood essence on the key." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood, stretched out his hand, opened the bottle and pushed his Saint Chi. The drop of blood essence flew out of the jade bottle and splashed directly onto the key he took out. The golden key seemed to come alive and began swallowing Zi Wuji's blood essence, even emitting a sucking sound. In the next moment, the golden key transformed into a two-horned flood dragon. This flood dragon's petite body was covered in a faint purple halo as it flew through the air twice before plunging into the front door of the secret hall. The thick and heavy door seemed to have become an invisible object, and a layer of ripples spread out. "Elder Ji, please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai dropped these words before his figure flickered and entered the secret hall. Wait. Ji Jun had been instructed by Zi Wuji to not let Yang Kai enter the secret hall alone. Just as he was about to follow after him, however, the door suddenly returned to normal. Ji Jun almost ran into it. Damn. Ji Jun stomped his feet anxiously as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. In front of him was Purple Star's treasure trove, and although there were not many things stored inside, each one was extremely precious. Many of these treasures were the foundation of Purple Star's foundation. Now that Yang Kai had entered alone, only the heavens knew if he would keep his promise and only take one thing. It was precisely because of this concern that Zi Wuji had asked Ji Jun to follow him. Firstly, it was to prevent Yang Kai from being too greedy, and secondly, it was to see what Yang Kai wanted to take. However, no one had expected that Yang Kai would act so quickly that even a first-order origin king like Ji Jun could not guard against him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Ji Jun's expression was that of a dead father as he racked his brains about how to report this matter to Zi Wuji while secretly praying that Yang Kai would not be too greedy and would just take something casually. Inside the secret hall, Yang Kai looked around and found that this place did not cover a large area, and there were not many things inside, but everything he saw made his eyes light up. Even with his experience, entering Purple Star's treasure trove still left him stunned. There were no Saint crystals here, but there were large and small jade bottles, a variety of artifacts, secret arts, and secret techniques. Even without deliberately observing, Yang Kai knew that all of these things were treasures. Yang Kai stood in place and grinned fiercely before immediately stretching out his hand and summoning the soul-sustaining bowl. His eyes flashing a fierce light, he sent a wisp of his soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. The next moment, a scream rang out from inside the bowl as Zidong's soul body staggered out and called out in horror, "Master, what happened?" Yang Kai looked at him gloomily, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned. "Zidong, take a look, what is this place?" Zidong turned his head and looked around, his complexion suddenly changing as he called out, "Purple Star's treasure trove, how did you—" Before he could finish speaking though, he suddenly realized something and quickly said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, Master, this is my Purple Star's treasure trove, ha! Don't play dumb with this king. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Entering this treasure trove requires the blood essence of your Z family's direct descendants. Why didn't you mention this to me? Master, please calm your anger, Master. This Dong Lai originally wanted to wait for Master to prepare before explaining this matter, but there was never an opportunity. This Dong Lai did not deliberately conceal this matter. Stop trying to flatter me, Yang Kai sneered. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Are you planning to borrow my hand to get rid of your second brother Ziwuji and extract his blood essence? Zidong's complexion changed dramatically as he was rendered speechless. Obviously Yang Kai had hit the nail on the head. Zidong, you're pretending to be smart, but in the end you've been fooled by your own cleverness, Yang Kai chuckled. Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. This Dong Lai won't dare do it again. Zidong's soul body curled up inside the soul-sustaining bowl as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Now you want me to spare you? What were you doing before? Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and flicking Zidong's soul body. As soon as he flicked his finger, Zidong's soul body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and was no longer able to merge back together. He screamed in horror, but his voice gradually weakened and eventually dissipated from this world. Yang Kai had no qualms about killing Zidong. Back in the severed world, this guy had repeatedly tried to find trouble with him and even instigated Su Wei to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Zidong still had some use for him at the time, Yang Kai would not have kept the soul-sustaining bowl with him. At this moment, knowing that this guy was still hiding something from him, how could Yang Kai allow him to live? After Zidong's soul body was destroyed, Yang Kai put away the soul-sustaining bowl. This thing was a very strange artifact that could play a role in the future. Only now did Yang Kai have time to investigate the contents of this treasure house. Inspecting one bottle of pills after another, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. There were not many pills in this treasure house, only 8 kinds in total, 52 bottles, but each bottle was an Origin King grade spirit pill. These spirit pills had a huge effect on the cultivation of any Origin King, so they were definitely part of Purple Star's stockpile after so many years. Yang Kai naturally didn't hold back and swept them all into his space ring. He also didn't let go of any of the various artifacts. Of the artifacts placed here, 5 were Origin King grade, with the highest quality being Origin King grade mid-rank. As for the other 4, even if they were Origin King grade low rank, they were still rare treasures. In addition to these, the rest were all Origin grade high rank artifacts. These Origin grade high rank artifacts were different from ordinary Origin grade high rank artifacts. Each of them had great power, and even if they weren't Origin King grade, they weren't far off. There were also the secret arts and secret books that Purple Star had collected over the years. Yang Kai didn't let them go either. Now that High Heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, if he brought these secret arts and secret books back, his disciples would have more choices to choose from. How could the secret arts and secret books placed in this treasure house be lacking? Cultivating these things was enough to allow High Heaven sect's disciples to start out far ahead of their peers. This advantage would become more and more obvious as their strength improved in the future, eventually leaving behind all other cultivators. In addition to these things, there were also many alchemy and artifact refining materials, all of which were extremely precious. Yang Kai also pocketed all of them. All of a sudden he had made a fortune. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about this. Although he had told Ziwuji that he would only take one thing, now that he had entered this treasure house, Ziwuji had no choice but to take what he wanted. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Purple Star, so of course he would be ruthless at this moment. Chapter 1868. His harvest was huge, but Yang Kai still hadn't found what he was looking for. However, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and instead turned his eyes to the few boxes placed in the most inconspicuous corner. There were a total of 3 boxes lined up in order, and if Yang Kai was not mistaken, the Star Emperor token should be hidden in one of them. The Star Emperor token was the key to entering the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao, so Yang Kai was naturally very concerned about it. Now he had collected 6 Star Emperor tokens, and with the one from Purple Star he had 7 in total. The remaining 2 Star Emperor tokens were also within his grasp, and as long as he could gather them, he would be able to open the passage. As for the Purple Star Emperor token, Yang Kai was determined to obtain it. Arriving in front of the 3 boxes, Yang Kai looked around for a while to confirm that there were no barriers around them before reaching out and picking up the first box. When he opened the box, he saw that there was something that looked like a crystal inside. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look on his face as he looked at it carefully for a while but soon found that he couldn't recognize what it was. This crystal stone was round in shape and had a very pure texture, almost like a saint crystal. However, this was definitely not a saint crystal, because it was impossible for a saint crystal to be hidden in Purple Star's vault. Yang Kai reached out and took the round crystal stone out of the box, the expression on his face becoming even stranger. He found that this thing had no energy fluctuations at all, as if it was just a useless crystal. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, his face suddenly changed and he called out in amazement, "So strong!" In that instant, he felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation from this inconspicuous crystal stone. The energy fluctuations were as vast as a boundless sea, and as Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't see the end of it, causing his heart to palpitate slightly. Is this really a saint crystal? Yang Kai couldn't be sure, but he could feel it. The energy contained in this crystal was pure and without any impurities. It could be absorbed and refined by a cultivator to assist one's cultivation, just like a saint crystal, but how could a saint crystal contain such powerful energy? Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art to absorb the energy inside the crystal stone, and the energy stored inside smoothly flowed into his palm. It flowed into his limbs and bones. Yang Kai immediately felt refreshed. It was as if his entire body had been enveloped by a huge amount of energy. In just a moment of absorption, Yang Kai found that the amount of energy he had absorbed was equivalent to the total reserves of 100 saint crystals. However, this round crystal did not change in the slightest. It was as if the energy contained within was limitless. Could this be an earth vein crystal? Yang Kai suddenly recalled a rumor he had heard before, and his eyes lit up. Earth veins were special energy aggregations formed by the accumulation of underground spirit energy. Unable to be moved, unable to be moved. Places with earth veins generally had denser heaven and earth spirit chi. Those large and small forces, clans and sects all liked to build their headquarters on earth veins. That way their disciples would have a good cultivation environment. The more powerful the sect was, the more they liked to occupy good earth veins, the more they liked to occupy them. Earth veins were divided into different grades. Earth veins of the lowest grade were not rare and could be found everywhere in spirit mountains and great rivers. Earth veins of slightly better quality were rare, and earth veins of higher quality were even rarer. Where High Heaven sect was now located, there was an excellent earth vein deep underground, which was why the world energy here was so rich. Earth veins were not only divided into different grades but also sizes. Some earth veins occupied a vast area while others only extended for 3 to 5 kilometers. According to legend, there was also a kind of top-grade earth vein where all the world energy gathered in one place and over the years formed into a crystal. This was an earth vein crystal. Earth veins could not be moved, but earth vein crystals could be carried around. Carrying an earth vein crystal was tantamount to carrying the best earth vein at all times. A cultivator could use this earth vein to cultivate, no longer needing saint crystals, and their cultivation speed would increase by thousands of times. Yang Kai had never seen an earth vein crystal before and had only heard about it in rumors. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, there was actually an earth vein crystal. This was a heaven-defying treasure. Although it could only be used by a single person, unlike ordinary earth veins which could be shared by an entire family or sect, with the existence of this bead, a cultivator could cultivate quickly. Holding this earth vein crystal, Yang Kai's mouth suddenly cracked open from ear to ear. With his current cultivation, there were very few things in this world that could tempt him, but this earth vein crystal was undoubtedly one of them. Putting the earth vein crystal into his space ring, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it and instead picked up the second box. Opening it, Yang Kai saw a special token inside. This token exuded a faint emperor pressure and had the word Emperor engraved on its front. What else could it be but a Star Emperor token? Yang Kai unceremoniously put it away. With this, he had finally obtained the 7-Star Emperor token. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the last box. Of the previous 2 boxes, one contained the earth vein crystal and the other contained the Star Emperor token, both of which were extremely precious treasures. Yang Kai was naturally looking forward to this third box. Opening the box, Yang Kai didn't even have time to see what was inside before his face suddenly changed and he madly pushed his secret art to suppress the boiling blood in his body. At the same time, a faintly discernible dragon's roar rang out from his body. The verdant dragon bone sword uncontrollably shot out and transformed into a giant dark green dragon, floating in front of him. On that giant dragon's head, the 2 dragon eyes were as wide as copper bells, staring at the third jade box with a complicated expression. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the dragon bone sword that had transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Forming a series of seals with his hands, he sent it back into his body, but the blood in his body was still flowing endlessly. A voice kept ringing in his heart as if something inside the third box was calling out to him. Yang Kai cautiously looked inside the box and found that it contained a palm-sized scale. This scale was similar to a fish's scale but had a complex pattern on it. It gave off an ancient aura that made one's heart palpitate. A dragon's scale. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock, "It's actually a dragon's scale." He could never have imagined that this third box would actually contain a dragon scale, a real dragon scale. He possessed the golden divine dragon source. He cultivated the monster race's monster transformation secret art. He also had the verdant dragon bone sword refined from the dragon bone and dragon pearl. In this world, in terms of understanding of true dragons, no one could surpass Yang Kai. So when he saw this scale, Yang Kai could tell that it was a real dragon scale. This was a scale that fell from the legendary ancient divine spirit true dragon. The rich dragon pressure on the scale was almost tangible, resonating strongly with the golden divine dragon source in Yang Kai's body, causing his blood to roil endlessly. Ancient divine spirits. They only existed in legends, true dragons, true phoenixes. Chilins, Pishio. They were all a type of ancient divine spirit. But whether they existed or not, no one knew and no one had ever seen them. If Yang Kai had not obtained the golden divine dragon source and the dragon bone sword, as well as Yang Yan's personal testimony, he would have been suspicious. His golden divine dragon source was obtained in Tongshan Realm's Dragon Valley, and the dragon bone sword was obtained from Lu Yan's desert, both of which had a long history. But now, inside Purple Star's vault, Yang Kai saw another dragon scale. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with excitement. Such a dragon scale, and even the dragon bone sword, were just excellent artifact refining materials and excellent artifacts to others, but to Yang Kai they had extraordinary significance. The first half of the monster transformation secret art given to him by Red Moon Tribal Lord was to use the golden divine dragon source to evolve the body of a true dragon and become more powerful, but it was just an evolution. The second half explained how to integrate the body parts of various ancient monster races and truly possess the divine technique of those monster races. For example, this dragon scale, if Yang Kai could integrate it into his body, he would have the defense of a true dragon. Even the verdant dragon bone sword could be integrated into Yang Kai's body, replacing his spine with a real dragon's spine. This was an unimaginable improvement, and once he succeeded, Yang Kai's strength would definitely soar. It was just that his strength was not enough before, so he did not dare to do so. The dragon bone sword had always been used as an artifact, but now that he had reached the second order origin king realm, he was almost qualified to integrate it. If he could completely integrate the dragon bone sword and dragon scale, Yang Kai would be able to display part of the divine technique of a true dragon. This was almost unimaginable. Yang Kai had thought that it would be difficult for him to see a true dragon's body part again in his life, but he had not expected to find a dragon scale here. Taking a few deep breaths to calm the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab the dragon scale, but before he could do so, a terrifying force erupted from the dragon scale and bombarded Yang Kai. This force suddenly turned into an invisible barrier that froze Yang Kai's hand in place. Cracking sounds rang out from his hand, as if it would explode in the next moment, preventing him from advancing any further. Yang Kai showed a look of surprise and coldly snorted, "Dragon transformation." As soon as these words fell, a golden light burst from Yang Kai's body and dragon chi surged from his body. Yang Kai's outstretched hand suddenly became thicker and his entire arm was covered in dragon scales condensed from his Saint Chi. These scales looked lifelike as if they were real, and his palm became as sharp as a dragon's claw. Dragon pressure filled the air and a strange sound rang out. Although this was a real dragon scale, it had fallen countless years ago. On top of that, Yang Kai possessed a golden divine dragon source, which was not something an ordinary true dragon could compare to, so how could a trivial dragon scale resist it? Under the aura of the golden divine dragon source, the force that had blocked Yang Kai's movements was gradually defeated. A series of explosions rang out in the air. Yang Kai smoothly caught the dragon scale in his hand and carefully observed it for a moment before picking up the box with a grin, placing the dragon scale back into his space ring. The dragon pressure dissipated and Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique was also withdrawn. Purple Star's vault returned to normal, But looking around, this small vault was now completely empty, giving it an extremely bleak appearance. Outside, Ji-jun paced back and forth anxiously, glancing towards the door of the secret hall from time to time, but never seeing Yang Kai appear. That bastard is definitely washing the vault in blood. Ji-jun's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he was powerless to stop it, only feeling like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 1869. While Yang Kai was massacring Purple Star's vault, a good show was also playing out in Purple Star Palace's ancestral hall. Since Zi Wuji decided to lay his cards on the table with Gong Sun Liang today, he naturally would not restrain himself like before. Today he appeared aggressive and high-spirited. Gong Sun Liang undoubtedly noticed this, but he didn't take it to heart and simply watched on coldly. Many of Purple Star's leaders also faintly felt that the atmosphere today was slightly different and were secretly on edge. Fortunately, everything was calm as usual and the sacrificial ceremony proceeded smoothly. Half a day later, everyone poured into the ancestral hall to prepare for the final ancestral ceremony. The offerings had already been prepared, and the high-level members of Purple Star were divided into 4 rows according to their status and strength. Gong Sun Liang then began to recount the great achievements of Purple Star's ancestors. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was solemn and dignified as a sense of pride and identity rose in everyone's hearts. They were proud to be part of Purple Star. After a long silence, Gong Sun Liang's expression became solemn as he shouted, "Ancestors, today Wu Wei disciple Gong Sun Liang will offer this sacrifice on behalf of Purple Star. May the spirits of our ancestors bless Purple Star's martial prowess for eternity. Light the incense." Immediately, someone presented the 3 ambergris incense sticks they had prepared. Gong Sun Liang was about to accept them when a low shout called out, "Great Elder, please wait." Gong Sun Liang frowned, turned his head in the direction of the source of the voice and said with narrowed eyes, "If second young master has something to say, please wait until this old master finishes offering these 3 incense sticks. No one is allowed to interfere with the ancestral worship ceremony." Zi Wuji smiled slightly. "What Great Elder said is correct, but this Wuji thinks it is inappropriate for Great Elder to offer these 3 incense sticks. This old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. What is wrong with offering these 3 incense sticks to our ancestors?" Gong Sun Liang said lightly, his half-narrowed eyes exuding an almost tangible pressure as he stared at Zi Wuji. The latter, however, did not show any fear and said with a straight face, "In the past, this ceremony was presided over by Father, Master, and Big Brother. Now that Father, Master, and Big Brother are not in Purple Star, this Wuji should take over. Second young master wants to offer these 3 incense sticks? Indeed. Ah, second young master must be joking. Master and young master are not in Purple Star, so this old master is Purple Star's Great Elder. Master and young master's responsibilities. Naturally, second young master's matters, so you may withdraw. Great Elder, the blood of the Z family flows in Wuji's veins, and Purple Star is the foundation of our Z family. This Wuji's duty. Do you insist?" Gong Sun Liang stared at Zi Wuji indifferently. Sun Wu Yang, Sun Liang's son, is, Isis, Wu Wu is. To Sun Master. Yang Chi Sun Chi Chi. In order to test Zi Wuji's strength, burning incense was just a part of the ancestral worship process, but it had extraordinary significance. If he were to compromise today, it would mean that he recognized Zi Wuji's status, something Gong Sun Liang would naturally not allow to happen. But what Gong Sun Liang didn't expect though was that as soon as he began circulating his Saint Qi, a series of cracking sounds suddenly rang out around him. The next moment, countless exclamations could be heard. To be, feeling Sun God. The spirit tablets are broken. What? Heavens, the ancestral tablets of our ancestors are actually broken. Many of Purple Star's elders suddenly shouted from all around. Sun Liang turned his head to look and his old face instantly went pale. Most of the tablets enshrined on the platform were broken at this moment, and even if a few of them did not break, they had countless cracks on them as if they were on the verge of collapsing. These tablets represented the ancestors of Purple Star, the masters and masters who had made great contributions to Purple Star. The owner of each tablet was a famous master in their lifetime, an existence respected by hundreds of millions of cultivators in Purple Star. After they died, their descendants enshrined their tablets here and worshipped them for generations to come. These tablets represented a kind of spirit, a kind of faith. No one dared to disrespect them. Even the current master of Purple Star, Zilong, had to be respectful when entering this place. But now, these symbols, these beliefs were all about to turn to dust. Sun Liang's heart shook violently as he turned his face and glared at Ziwuji. After all, there were also the tablets of his Sun family's ancestors. Before he could speak though, Ziwuji coughed up a mouthful of blood, a sorrowful expression filling his face as he pointed his finger at Sun Liang and said, "Great Elder, your methods are truly vicious. Even if you are dissatisfied with this Wuji's insubordination, a small punishment would have been fine, but now you want to shatter the tablets of our ancestors? Do you still have my purple star in your eyes?" Sun Liang was startled but immediately shouted angrily, "Ziwuji, don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense?" Ziwuji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Many masters in the ancestral hall saw this clearly, so how could they allow this Wuji to speak nonsense? Yes, this Wuji did offend you just now, but you don't have to do this, do you? Great Elder, you have gone too far. Every ancestor's tablet here has a soul sense stored inside it. Destroying these tablets is equivalent to destroying the soul senses of all the ancestors, truly turning them to ashes. How can you face them? Someone immediately followed Ziwuji's lead and shouted. Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? Great Elder, what are you trying to do? Great Elder, please give us an explanation. Behind Ziwuji, a group of cultivators stood up and accused Sun Liang. Ziwuji's face was filled with grief and indignation as he clutched his chest, but a triumphant light flashed across his eyes. Sun Liang's face sank. At this time, how could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? He did push his Shang-Chi just now, but he just wanted to teach Ziwuji a little lesson so he wouldn't act so presumptuously, but how could he have known that the fluctuations of his Shang-Chi would shatter these tablets? It was impossible for Shang-Chi fluctuations of that level to have such an effect. The only explanation was that these tablets had been tampered with long ago, and his Shang-Chi was just a catalyst. Ziwuji, this old man has underestimated you. You actually have such guts. Gong Sun Liang did not try to explain anything and instead looked at Ziwuji with admiration. Daring to tamper with the ancestral tablets was something Gong Sun Liang had never even dreamed of doing, but Ziwuji had done it. For this alone, Gong Sun Liang could not help admiring Ziwuji's decisiveness and ruthlessness. What does Great Elder mean by this? This Wuji does not understand. This Wuji asks Great Elder to give a reasonable explanation for these tablets. Ziwuji bit down on the tablets and vowed to tear off all pretense of cordiality with Gong Sun Liang today. Explanation? Gong Sun Liang sneered as his eyes swept over the masters behind Ziwuji one by one. Everyone who was swept by his gaze changed drastically and averted their eyes in horror. Although these people had followed Ziwuji and were convinced by his breadth of mind and means, Great Elder was still Great Elder in the end, a dignified and respected figure. So blatantly opposing Gong Sun Liang was something they couldn't help feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Ziwuji noticed this and cursed in his heart, calling them all trash. Twisting his body, he blocked Gong Sun Liang's line of sight and shouted, "Great Elder, do you really not put the ancestors of my purple star in your eyes? With such arrogance, what qualifications do you have to occupy the position of Great Elder? Is that what you want to say?" Gong Sun Liang laughed angrily. "Boy, you are indeed very good. If not for Dong Lai, Purple Star may have been able to rise to the next level under your leadership in the future. Unfortunately, you are destined to be nothing more than a clown. Boy, if you want an explanation, this old master will give it to you." As soon as his voice fell, Gong Sun Liang stepped forward directly and reached out to grab Ziwuji. He knew that today's matter was simply a trap set for him. Regardless of whether those memorial tablets had been tampered with before or not, it was a fact that he had shattered them. There was no way he could justify this. Since he couldn't justify himself, there was no point in trying. The only way to reason was not with one's mouth, but also with one's fists. Seeing that Gong Sun Liang was about to attack him, Ziwuji was not shocked but instead rejoiced, a panicked expression appearing on his face as he retreated and shouted, "Gong Sun Liang, do you really want to fight in the ancestral hall? This is a great disrespect to the ancestors, tantamount to betraying Purple Star. Although you have made a big mistake today, you are still Great Elder. If you can sit in the ancestral hall for 10 years and repent, you may be forgiven. Why do you insist on being so obstinate?" In any case, this big accusation had to be placed on Gong Sun Liang first, so Gong Sun Liang could only walk down this dark path. "Impudence. This old master doesn't need you to tell him what to do." Gong Sun Liang shouted coldly, not putting Ziwuji in his eyes at all. Just as he was about to grab Ziwuji, a ghostly figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood directly between him and Ziwuji. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically as he pushed his palm forward. The newcomer also met his attack with a palm. The two palms collided silently, but the two figures were pushed back at the same time. It was not until this moment that a burst of energy suddenly rang out from the space where the two palms had collided. The entire ancestral hall collapsed in an instant and Purple Star Palace shook violently. Asterisk Shio Shio Shio. Asterisk Purple Star's masters flew out of the ruins one after another, each of them looking down as if their parents had died. This ancestral hall that had stood in Purple Star for tens of thousands of years and was regarded as a sacred place by all Purple Star cultivator had been destroyed today. Everyone felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts as their expressions turned ugly. Up in the void, Ziwuji's face was pale as fear filled his heart. Although everything was going according to his plan the moment Gong Sun Liang attacked him just now, he still felt like the end of the world had come. In front of a second-order origin king, he had no power to resist. Strength, only strength was true strength. Ziwuji secretly clenched his fists as he cursed in his heart. On the other side, Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes and looked forward at the figure who was standing in front of Ziwuji. This was a man who looked about 30 years old. This man had a gentle and dignified appearance, and the corners of his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, giving him a mature and steady appearance. Chapter 1870. At this moment, this man was holding a wine bottle in his hand that was filled to the brim with a fragrant aroma. After exchanging a single blow with Gong Sun Liang, not a single drop of the wine in the bottle spilled out. He looked at Gong Sun Liang with a smile and said, "Great Elder, I trust you have been well since we last met." A dignified look flashed across Gong Sun Liang's face as he stared at the man and said, "Li Mao Ming, you really are in Purple Star City. It seems that the one standing behind Second Young Lord and supporting him is you, yes?" The man named Li Mao Ming smiled when he heard this. Great Elder is too serious. As Purple Star's second venerable, this Li naturally cannot stand idly by when Purple Star faces such a big event. As for supporting Second Young Lord, that's not quite right, I was just asked to do so by someone else. Gong Sun Liang sneered, "I'm afraid only that person can ask you to help. Li Mao Ming, after so many years, you still haven't been able to come out of your shell. This old master really doesn't understand." A sad look flashed across Li Mao Ming's eyes as he shook his head and smiled. "This Li doesn't understand either. Let's not talk about this today. How about Great Elder accompany this Li for a few cups of wine and we can sit down and have a good chat? We're all family, so why do we have to make things so awkward?" As he spoke, he actually gestured to Gong Sun Liang with his wine bottle, as if he really was inviting him to drink. Some of Purple Star's leaders frowned as they stared at Li Mao Ming in confusion. Although Purple Star had two venerables before, who were these two venerables? No one knew. At this moment, it seemed that this Li Mao Ming was obviously one of them. So it's him. I remember now. Someone suddenly revealed a look of realization and exclaimed in a low voice. Someone next to him immediately asked, "Brother Zhang, do you know this venerable?" "I've only heard of him but never seen him before. This is the first time I've seen him," the cultivator surnamed Jianghu replied in a low voice. "Brother Zhang, tell me what is the background of this venerable Li? Why did Great Elder just say that after so many years, he still hasn't come out of his shell?" Hearing this question, the cultivator surnamed Zhang suddenly became spirited and whispered with delight, "This is a secret that very few people know. Let me ask you, have you heard of Second Young Master's mother? She was the #1 beauty of Purple Star back then. Her reputation resounded like thunder in my ears. How could I not have heard of her? That's easy to explain. I heard that the woman that Venerable Li admires is the Second Young Master's mother." "That's right. Back then, this Venerable Li was also a good brother who fought alongside the Lord, but because of Second Young Master's mother, you also know that love between a man and a woman is a matter of fate. Back then, the #1 beauty of Purple Star chose Sir Master, and this Venerable Li disappeared. Even His Majesty doesn't know where he is. So, if there's anyone in this world who can invite him, it's only Second Young Master's mother. So that's how it is. With this Venerable in charge, doesn't that mean that the First Elder can't do anything to the Second Young Master?" The person who spoke was extremely excited. After all, he was also standing on Ziwuji's side, so the stronger Ziwuji was, the safer he would be. Perhaps, Although this cultivator surnamed Jiang knew some secrets, he did not have much confidence in his heart. Li Maoming, if you can withdraw now, this old master will accompany you for a drink some other day. Gong Sun Liang stared at Li Maoming and quickly said, "What do you think of this old master's proposal? Accepting someone else's request, it's not appropriate to do so." Li Maoming slowly shook his head, raised his wine bottle, and drained it in one gulp before tossing it aside and saying with waning interest, "Wine is like a drunkard." Gong Sun Liang frowned slightly and pondered for a long time before asking, "What if this old master wants you to repay the favor from back then?" As soon as this statement came out, Ziwuji, who had been complacent all this time, changed his expression as he stared at Li Maoming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you owe this old thing a favor?" Li Maoming blinked and thought about it seriously for a while before chuckling. "Oh, I really do owe him a favor. If Great Elder hadn't mentioned it, this Li would have forgotten." The corners of Gong Sun Liang's mouth rose slightly. "Brother Li may have forgotten, but this old master has not. This favor is not small, this old master paid a heavy price back then." Li Maoming's expression became serious as he cupped his fists and said, "This Li will remember Great Elder's kindness back then. That's good, this old master wants you to withdraw now. From now on you and I don't owe each other anything." Before Li Maoming could say anything, Ziwuji anxiously said, "No, Venerable Li, don't forget what you promised that person." Li Maoming frowned and nodded, "Naturally I remember. You can rest assured that with me here no one can hurt you." Ziwuji was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Senior Li." Gong Sun Liang shouted angrily, "Brother Li, you are going back on your word." Li Maoming felt a headache coming on. "Great Elder, everything is first come, first served. This Li promised to protect second young master's safety, but now you are making things difficult for this Li." Gong Sun Liang was very annoyed at first, but after carefully pondering Li Maoming's words, his eyes lit up and he asked, "So, you are determined to protect second young master's safety?" "Exactly." Li Maoming nodded solemnly. "Second young master has the Z family's bloodline flowing in his veins after all. There can be no harm done to him." "Good." Gong Sun Liang laughed. "In that case you protect him, this old master won't touch him." Saying so, Gong Sun Liang waved his hand and sneered, "Take down the people around second young master. Be careful not to hurt second young master." "Yes." Hearing this, everyone responded and immediately rushed towards Ziwuji, but none of them attacked Ziwuji. Instead, they each chose to follow Ziwuji's cultivator. Before Ziwuji's people could react, they were drawn into the battle and began shouting. In an instant, above Purple Star Palace, a great battle broke out. The colorful light of Saint Qi and the power of countless artifacts dazzled the eyes of everyone present, causing the surrounding Yuan Qi to become turbulent. Ziwuji's eyes widened as he looked at Li Maoming in a panic and asked, "Venerable Li, how can you do this?" Li Maoming glanced at him with a smile and said, "Second young master, I promised that person to protect your safety, so I will naturally keep my word, but the life or death of others is none of this Li's business." Ziwuji was furious, but he had nothing to say. Turning his head, he found that all the masters he had roped in had fallen into a bitter battle, causing him to become as anxious as ants on a hot wok. Li Maoming said again, "Good, the overall situation here has been settled. Second young master, how about I take you to drink a few glasses of wine to calm your nerves? If you want a drink, go drink by yourself." Ziwuji was annoyed, so how could he agree to such a ridiculous request? Up in the sky, the battle suddenly fell into a stalemate. Since Ziwuji had chosen to have a showdown with Gong Sun Liang today, the strength at his disposal was naturally not bad. Basically, he could compete with Gong Sun Liang, so when the two sides began fighting, they were evenly matched and it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker. However, Gong Sun Liang had yet to take action. As a second-order origin king, once he joined the battle, he would inevitably tip the scales of victory. What Ziwuji feared had come true. Before Ziwuji could finish his thoughts though, Gong Sun Liang's figure flickered and rushed to Third Elder's side. Third Elder was a first-order origin king and was one of the first people to join Ziwuji. He was regarded as Ziwuji's right-hand man, but after being targeted by Gong Sun Liang, such a master was actually struggling and on the verge of defeat. Ziwuji's face sank as he shouted, "Venerable Yang, please take action." As soon as his voice fell, a figure flashed mid-air and Yang Kai appeared leisurely, directly beside Gong Sun Liang, sighed slightly, and sent out a palm strike towards Gong Sun Liang. Yang Kai was also extremely depressed. He had gained a lot in Purple Star's vault and had planned to leave directly after washing the place with blood. After all, his purpose had been achieved and there was no need for him to get involved in Ziwuji's affairs. The people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce and Li Nua of Clear Sky Auction House had already made preparations under his secret orders and were waiting for him to escape from Purple Star. But how could he have known that Shin Tu and the others would be transferred away by Ziwuji? Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of Shin Tu and the others for a while, so he could only quietly release the stone mongoose and let it search for them. Now that he heard Ziwuji's call, he could only feign civility. As soon as Kai Yang appeared, a light flashed across Li Maoming's eyes as he stared straight at him, his heart trembling. Although he had long noticed that there was a second-order origin king in Purple Star Palace, he had not been able to figure out how Yang Kai appeared here. It seemed that this venerable Yang was able to cross the barrier of space. This thought made Li Maoming's expression turn solemn. His previous relaxed demeanor disappeared as he said in a low voice, "Second young master, is this the third venerable master that everyone is talking about today?" Indeed. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Ziwuji's expression finally calmed down. What does Venerable Li think of this Venerable Yang's strength? Very strong. Li Maoming quickly said, his Saint Qi is vigorous, even stronger than that of Great Elder and I. Ziwuji smiled and said, so, Great Elder should not be his opponent. Li Maoming slowly shook his head and said, the strength of a cultivator cannot be judged by Saint Qi alone. There are many other factors involved, but, if this person is able to pin down Great Elder will not have an easy time. If Venerable Li can help again, today's matter will definitely succeed. Ziwuji's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Li Maoming. The latter laughed and shook his head, I only promise to ensure your safety. These people here are all brothers of Purple Star, how could I, Li Maoming, lay hands on them? Ziwuji frowned as a look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his eyes before he finally said in a deep voice, if I help you pursue my mother and allow you to marry her, would that be enough for you to take action? What did you say? Li Maoming's face sank as he glared at Ziwuji. Do you know what you just said is tarnishing your mother's reputation? If I hear anything like that again, I'll break your hands and feet. Chapter 1871. Li Maoming had been laughing and joking since he appeared, but after hearing Ziwuji's words at this moment, his expression became extremely serious and his eyes became cold. Ziwuji couldn't help shivering. He did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words at all and knew that if he continued to blabber like this, the other party might really break his hands and feet. However, from the other party's reaction, Ziwuji also learned that his mother's position in the other party's mind was sacred and inviolable, causing him to feel overjoyed. After pondering for a moment, Ziwuji said, this Wuji did not speak clearly. Please calm your anger, Venerable Li, it's like this. Ziwuji did not say the rest of his words but instead stared at Li Maoming, his mouth moving slightly, apparently sending him a secret message. Li Maoming's face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, suddenly changed as he exclaimed, what did you say? Zilonghi. It's true, Ziwuji nodded seriously. Ziwuji nodded solemnly, my mother has been unable to eat or sleep these days. Since Venerable Li is a former friend of my father and mother, can you find an opportunity to persuade my mother? This Wuji is afraid that if she is too sad, something bad might happen to her. Li Maoming's heroic body staggered slightly as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions as if he was recalling something, his expression sorrowful as he remained silent for a long time. After a long time, Li Maoming let out a dry laugh as he muttered, Zilong, you little brat, you actually, he couldn't say the rest of his sentence, his voice choking with sobs. Venerable Li, you might as well consider what this Wuji just said. This Wuji is very worried about my mother's condition, Ziwuji said softly. Li Maoming took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions and glanced over at Ziwuji. He said coldly, I will go see her, but it has nothing to do with what happened today. This king will not treat this matter as a transaction. If you really have filial piety, you should be filial to your mother and stop using her as a bargaining chip. If I find something like this again, I will not let you off lightly. Ziwuji's complexion changed slightly as he felt annoyed in his heart, but on the surface he had no choice but to nod obediently. Venerable Li's words are correct, this Wuji was wrong. Idiot. No wonder you lost to my father in the competition back then. Wuji's a loser, you deserve to die alone. Ziwuji cursed in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang had already exchanged several hundred moves. The energy fluctuations in the air were so intense that no one dared to come within 100 zhang of the two of them. After several hundred moves, there was still no clear victor. Yang Kai replied seriously, "I am the Purple Star Venerable. Defending the peace of Purple Star is a matter of course, so why would I need any benefits?" Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he knew that Kai Yang was lying through his teeth, there was nothing he could do. His face turned ruthless as he growled, "Since that's the case, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands, causing the Saint Qi in his body to surge. Yang Kai frowned, mistakenly thinking that this old man was about to use some profound secret technique. He didn't dare to let his guard down and hurriedly retreated. Although with his strength he wouldn't put Gong Sun Liang in his eyes. However, the other party was a second-order origin king after all, so if they really went all out, Yang Kai would not be able to escape. Even Yang Kai had to be wary of this old man. However, Gong Sun Liang showed a fierce grin as his figure flickered and split into 2, then 4, then 8, in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with Gong Sun Liang's figures, each of them lifelike. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was undoubtedly a very powerful secret technique, one that was incredibly effective both against enemies and for escaping. Moreover, under the probing of Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't tell which Gong Sun Liang was the real one and which was an illusion. As soon as this move was used, not only did Yang Kai's expression become dignified, but even Li Mao Ming, who had been standing in the distance and watching the battle, wore a solemn look, his eyes flashing a lavender light as he scanned the countless illusions one by one, seemingly trying to find the real one. Gong Sun Liang's laughter rang out, "Second young master, you forced this old master's hand. I hope you can bear the consequences." After saying so, all the illusions no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai and instead shot towards the battlefield. Ah! A scream rang out as a cultivator who was fighting with a cultivator on Great Elder's side was suddenly sent flying backwards, a clear palm print appearing on his chest. This palm print was so clear that the cultivator's chest had caved in. Mid-air, this cultivator coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered internal organs and died before he even hit the ground. Screams rang out one after another, each of them belonging to a cultivator on Ziwuji's side, all of them origin returning realm masters. On the battlefield, Gong Sun Liang's figure was everywhere, and it was impossible to tell which of these illusions was real or fake. It was as if every one of them was real, and as soon as they took action, they were able to quickly kill Ziwuji's people. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of danger, and any cultivator who was approached by Gong Sun Liang showed a look of panic as they tried to escape. But in front of a second-order origin king, how could any of them escape? In the blink of an eye, several more people were killed, each of them a core force under Ziwuji's command. Blue veins bulged on Ziwuji's forehead as he clenched his fists and turned to look in the direction of Yang Kai, shouting, "Venerable Yang, stop him quickly." Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he stood mid-air and shook his head. "Second young master, this king can't see any flaws in Great Elder's move, so how can I stop him?" These words were just empty words. He had been forced into this battle and did not want to contribute anything. The life or death of these people from Purple Star had nothing to do with him, so even if they all died he would not care. He just wanted to stall for time. Once the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao rescued Shintu and the others, he could immediately leave this place. However, after standing in place and watching for a while, he had already seen some clues and understood the mysteries of Gong Sun Liang's move. If he used his demon eye of annihilation to see through illusions, it would not be difficult to find his real body. Hearing Yang Kai's irresponsible answer, Ziwuji's heart sank. Ziwuji's chest tightened and he almost coughed up blood. If all the people on his side were really killed, there was no need for him to continue fighting. If they were all dead, what was there to fight for? Ziwuji's expression became ferocious for a moment. Ziwuji roared, "In that case, I ask Venerable Yang to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "That's easy to handle." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and released several dozen golden blood threads, which transformed into several dozen sharp blades that shot out in all directions like arrows. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Soon several screams rang out. 7 or 8 origin returning realm cultivator were caught off guard and struck by the golden blood threads. Their protective Saint Qi and artifacts were instantly broken and the golden blood threads pierced through their vital points, directly taking away their vitality. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, how could these origin-returning realm cultivator, who was in the middle of a bitter struggle, resist? The golden blood threads shuttled back and forth again, taking the lives of another group of cultivator. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of people Yang Kai had killed was equal to Gong Sun Liang's. Gong Sun Liang roared in anger. An origin-returning realm cultivator was an indispensable backbone of any great force. After all, it was not easy to break through to the Origin King realm. Often, the strength of a great force depended not only on the number of Origin Kings it had. It also depended on the number of origin-returning realm cultivators it had. After today's battle, no matter who won or lost, Purple Star's Yuan Qi would definitely suffer heavy losses. This was a result neither Gong Sun Liang nor Zi Wuji wanted to see, but it was also an inevitable result. The end of one era ushered in the arrival of another, and it was always accompanied by the price of blood and lives. Up in the sky, all the origin-returning realm masters and even the First-Order Origin Kings were terrified. The situation at this moment was simply like Yang Kai and Gong Sun Liang were engaged in a slaughter competition. They were competing to see who could kill faster and who could kill more people. Whoever couldn't bear it would be the first to admit defeat, in front of these two Second-Order Origin King realm masters. No one could resist their tyrannical power. Li Maoming, who had been standing beside Zi Wuji as if he was not interested in anything in the world, also wore a heavy expression as he realized that if he did not take action now, Purple Star would really be finished. He never expected that things would develop to this point. He wanted to intervene, but because of what he had just said, he could not bring himself to drop a stone on his own feet. Just as he was having a headache though, Gong Sun Liang suddenly roared, "Li Maoming, if you still remember the favor from back then, follow this old master and kill this little brat first. You don't want Purple Star to suffer heavy losses, do you?" Li Maoming frowned and hesitated. This Li does not want to see brothers kill each other, but second young master's safety? This old master will not make things difficult for you. This old master will not act against second young master. Even if this old master controls Purple Star, he will ensure his safety and prosperity for the rest of his life. Li Maoming's expression struggled. Zi Wuji looked at Li Maoming in amazement. "Venerable Li, you wouldn't? Now that things have developed to this point, I have no choice but to take action," Li Maoming sighed. "You can rest assured as long as I am here, no one in this world can hurt you and your mother. I will protect you even if I have to die." After saying so, his figure flickered and he disappeared directly from where he stood. Zi Wuji was stunned in place for a while before he began cursing in exasperation, cursing Gong Sun Liang for being sinister and despicable while cursing Li Maoming for going back on his word. He cursed Gong Sun Liang for being untrustworthy and cursed Li Maoming for not having any scruples whatsoever. Zi Wuji was also furious. Li Maoming was bound by Gong Sun Liang's favor back then and had agreed to help him deal with Yang Kai. As a result, Zi Wuji was completely defeated in today's battle. Although Li Maoming had said that he would protect him and Gong Sun Liang had guaranteed him a lifetime of glory, the throne that stood above hundreds of millions of Purple Star's people was not something he could hope to obtain. Unless Yang Kai could defeat both of them at the same time. But was that even possible? All three of them were second-order Origin Kings and their strength should be about the same. It was impossible for one person to defeat two. Zi Wuji's eyes filled with despair. Chapter 1872. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk with a burst of whistling sounds, the countless phantoms of Gong Sun Liang shot back in the same direction, revealing his true body as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, not saying a word. Not far from him, Li Maoming's figure also appeared. The two of them formed a triangle and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. Yang Kai showed a playful smile on his face as he stretched out his hand and recalled the golden blood threads flying around him back into his body. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. In the short 20 to 30 breaths just now, the total number of cultivator who had died at the hands of the two second-order Origin Kings had exceeded 60. These 60 cultivators were all second or third-order Origin returning realm masters, the mainstays of Purple Star. Fortunately, the crisis had passed at this moment, leaving them with some lingering fear and sadness. As if they had reached an agreement, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at the three second-order Origin Kings in the sky. Everyone knew that the key to victory or defeat today lay with these three. There was no point in them continuing to fight, and since there was no point, they naturally couldn't be bothered to see blood. In an instant, the originally noisy battlefield calmed down as countless pairs of eyes turned back and forth between Yang Kai, Gong Sun Liang, and Li Mao Ming, their expressions solemn. What's wrong? You want to bully me with numbers? Yang Kai looked around with a smile, not showing any signs of panic. Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted but did not speak, as if he was extremely angry with Yang Kai. Li Mao Ming pondered for a moment before saying politely, "Since your excellency's surname is Yang, this Li will call you Brother Yang. Brother Yang, since you have accepted the venerable token, you are a venerable of my purple star, a member of my purple star. I'm afraid you don't want to see today's situation." Yang Kai chuckled and said perfunctorily, "Naturally." Li Mao Ming forced a smile. "It's good that Brother Yang thinks so. Since Brother Yang has purple star in your heart, then why don't you give it a try? How about listening to this Li's words?" "Brother Li, please speak." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Today's matter ends here. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, the one who will suffer will be Purple Star as a whole, which will not benefit anyone. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive, so how about the two of you stop here and make peace?" Li Mao Ming looked at Yang Kai sincerely. He couldn't help but pray in his heart that Yang Kai would finish what he started. If that was the case, then he still had a chance. But what he didn't expect was that after listening to Li Mao Ming, Yang Kai nodded without hesitation and said, "Brother Li is right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I originally wanted to admit defeat. After all, there are two of you. I can't beat him, can I?" Ziwu Ji's face stiffened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. At this moment he understood that he really had no chance of winning. He had never expected that a second-order origin king like Yang Kai would be so spineless. Compared to him, Li Mao Ming was much more reliable. Seeing Kai Yang agree so readily, Li Mao Ming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The earnest and sincere words he had prepared were completely useless, so he simply smiled and said, "Brother Yang really understands the importance of righteousness. This Li admires you. And great elder. What do you think?" He turned his head to look at Gong Sun Liang again. Gong Sun Liang narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and quickly said, "Stopping here and making peace is not an issue." Li Mao Ming was overjoyed, but before he could say anything, Gong Sun Liang cut in, "But this venerable Yang has killed so many of this old master's people, we cannot just let him go like this." Li Mao Ming frowned as a look of displeasure appeared on his face, wondering why Gong Sun Liang was so stubborn. "Then what do you propose?" Yang Kai raised his brow as his eyes met Gong Sun Liang's. "As a venerable, you don't put the lives of my Purple Star's disciples in your eyes at all. What qualifications do you have to sit on the position of venerable and be worshipped by billions of Purple Star's people?" Gong Sun Liang coldly snorted, "Your Excellency, please return the venerable token to Purple Star. My Purple Star does not need a venerable like you." As soon as this statement came out, Li Mao Ming's face could not help changing slightly as he shot a complicated look towards Gong Sun Liang, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he just sighed and remained silent. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw through Gong Sun Liang's true intentions. Today, even if these two had stopped fighting and made peace with him, there was definitely still a knot in each other's hearts. What's more, Yang Kai was still on Ziwu Ji's side, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted to completely control Purple Star, Yang Kai would have to be removed. Otherwise, Gong Sun Liang would not be able to live peacefully in the future. It was for this reason that Gong Sun Liang made such a proposal. However, this proposal was obviously very insulting, so he did not know if this venerable Yang would be able to accept it. If he became enraged and took action, things would become even more difficult. Li Mao Ming was worried as he carefully observed the changes in Yang Kai's demeanor, preparing to jump out and mediate the situation as soon as something went wrong so everyone could discuss it. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, "So it's just this. Good, this king didn't want to be a venerable anyway. Since Great Elder wants the venerable token, just take it." Saying so, he casually tossed a token towards Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang reacted quickly and caught it. After taking a closer look, he found that it was indeed the venerable token, causing him to freeze in place. He had not expected that the other party really did not put the venerable token in his eyes and would simply hand it over, causing him to feel a little disbelief. He did not really want to deprive Yang Kai of his status as venerable, he just wanted to take a step back in order to make it easier for him to make another request. Yang Kai's cooperation had disrupted his plan. Gong Sun Liang did not know what to say. "Ah, Brother Yang is really a free and easy person, this Li admires him greatly." Li Maoming looked at Yang Kai like he was looking at a monster before turning to Gong Sun Liang and saying, "Great Elder, Brother Yang has returned the venerable token. Today's matter? It's not over yet." Gong Sun Liang waved his hand, interrupting Li Maoming's words as he stared at Yang Kai aggressively. "Although the venerable token has been returned, Your Excellency has killed so many people, this matter cannot be forgotten." "You're not done yet?" Yang Kai could not help sneering. He really did not care about the Purple Star Venerable token at all. This time he had come to Purple Star only for the Star Emperor token, and now that he had obtained it, he would never come here again. The Venerable token was useless to him, so if Gong Sun Liang wanted it, he would give it up. Unexpectedly, the other party still continued to harp on, making Yang Kai extremely annoyed. Gong Sun Liang said, "A life for a life, it is only right and proper. However, Your Excellency's strength is profound, so this elder is not confident he can take your life. How about this? Your Excellency should compensate me with some property so that this elder can answer to my subordinates." Ah! Yang Kai could not help grinning as he stared at Gong Sun Liang with interest. "Compensation? And what do you want me to compensate you with?" Gong Sun Liang's expression was solemn as he stared at Yang Kai, his lips squirming. Li Maoming's face was gloomy as he tried to eavesdrop but failed. He did not know what Gong Sun Liang had proposed, but he suddenly felt very powerless. In his opinion, today's matter could not be better. He had repaid Gong Sun Liang's favor and there was no need for him to fight with Yang Kai. Only the heavens knew what kind of medicine Gong Sun Liang had taken to become so greedy. He believed that the property Gong Sun Liang wanted from Yang Kai as compensation would be extremely valuable, and once they failed to reach an agreement, it was bound to cause more trouble. While feeling irritable, Li Maoming was also secretly vigilant. Sure enough, after Gong Sun Liang sent him a secret divine sense, Yang Kai said, "So you want that thing, I understand." What Gong Sun Liang wanted was the origin essence crystal he obtained at the auction half a month ago. This old man must have also seen the extraordinary nature of that mysterious auction item at that time and had probably spent a lot of time thinking about it these past few days, so he should know what was inside, which was why he had asked for it at this time. "Hand over that thing and this old master will let you go," Gong Sun Liang quickly said. "And if I don't?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Gong Sun Liang said unhurriedly, "Your Excellency had best think carefully before speaking. Although your strength is extraordinary, if I join forces with Brother Li, we may be able to capture you. Do you really want to oppose this old master?" "Nonsense." Yang Kai laughed, "You're the one who wants a yard after taking an inch. You want that thing of mine? Good, take it yourself, but I don't know if you have the ability." When Li Maoming saw this scene, he knew that the negotiations between the two had broken down and could not help feeling a headache coming on as he stood to the side with a bitter expression. "If that's the case, it's useless to say more. Brother Li, follow this old master." Gong Sun Liang roared as his Saint Qi burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, Gong Sun Liang summoned a short sword-like artifact. Grabbing the hilt, Gong Sun Liang charged forward. He was a second-order origin king who had stagnated in this realm for many years, so his strength was extremely high. While summoning his artifact, Gong Sun Liang also released his territory domain to suppress Yang Kai. In an instant, the space around Yang Kai became extremely viscous and even the flow of world energy seemed to stop. Stepping forward, Gong Sun Liang suddenly appeared above Yang Kai's head and slashed down with his sword. A dazzling brilliance and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from the short sword, as if it was capable of cutting the world in half. Yang Kai stood in place, staring at Gong Sun Liang coldly, and when the attack was about to reach him, he suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned the edgeless dragon bone sword to block it. Hong. With a loud bang, a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering force spread out from where the two sword-shaped artifacts collided, creating a huge halo of light visible to the naked eye. Gong Sun Liang, who launched the attack, paled as his eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. Chapter 1873. Although he had fought with Yang Kai just now, it was just a fight and he had not used his full strength, but now, in order to obtain the Origin Essence Crystal and break through to the Third Order Origin King realm, Gong Sun Liang did not hold back at all. This blow was definitely 100% of his strength, but it was easily blocked by the other party. Not only that, but there was also a power that he could not resist coming from the other side. Under this power, he seemed to have become a small boat floating alone in the sea in the storm. In the storm, the waves hit, and he was in danger of being overturned at any time. Gong Sun Liang was shocked, and while struggling to resist the impact of the energy coming from Yang Kai, he shouted, "Brother Li, why haven't you acted yet?" He had no choice but to ask Li Maoming for help. Li Maoming frowned and said, "Why bother? Why bother?" Complaining, he had no choice but to release his own territory field to pressure Yang Kai. After all, he still owed Gong Sun Liang a favor, and now that Yang Kai had returned the venerable token and was no longer a purple star venerable, Gong Sun Liang did not have any moral scruples about attacking Yang Kai. However, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to fight with a cultivator in the same realm as himself, so he only released his domain to test the pressure on Yang Kai and didn't use his full strength. The center of this pressure was where Yang Kai was. This increased the pressure on Yang Kai greatly, and he who had the upper hand had to divert some of his strength to resist Li Maoming's territory field. Gong Sun Liang saw this. Immediately regaining the initiative, he suppressed Kai Yang, forcing him to lower his body. While putting pressure on Yang Kai, he gritted his teeth and said kindly to Yang Kai, "Young man, there is a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. Hand over that thing and this old master will no longer embarrass you and will even treat you as an honored guest of Purple Star. What do you think? Why do you sound like you're certain of victory?" Although Yang Kai had a difficult expression on his face, his demeanor was extremely leisurely as he looked at Gong Sun Liang calmly. Gong Sun Liang laughed, "Because this old master is confident of victory." "Is that so?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white fangs. The moment the second word left his mouth, his territory field expanded outwards. Wing. With a throbbing sensation, the surrounding space seemed to become unstable, as if it was on the verge of collapse. It was as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. The power of Yang Kai's domain formed visible ripples. "Sun Liang." A fine sound could be heard. Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming's faces changed. The former exclaimed, "How is that possible?" He was shocked to discover that even under the combined pressure of his and Li Maoming's domains, not only was Yang Kai not suppressed, but he was also able to completely suppress him. Instead, it exploded and disintegrated their domains piece by piece. Gong Sun Liang's heart shook. He had broken through to the Origin King realm 1,000 years ago and had broken through to the Second Order Origin King realm 300 years ago. He had been immersed in the Origin King realm for 1,000 years, which meant he had tempered his territory for 1,000 years. He had a unique understanding of his territory, and there were only a few people in the entire star territory who could surpass him. Li Maoming was the same. But now, both of their territory fields added together were no match for Yang Kai's. Even after joining forces, they had been defeated. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Kai's territory field was stronger than both of them. This discovery made Gong Sun Liang's heart go cold, and his eyes filled with horror as they trembled. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength. He had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength as much as possible, but in the end he still found he had underestimated him. Not good. Li Maoming shouted as he quickly withdrew his territory field, his face going pale. When one's territory field was shattered, it damaged one's foundation. If it was shattered beyond repair, it was very likely that one's realm would fall. This was a consequence no Origin King could afford. Fortunately, Li Maoming had reacted quickly, otherwise he would have really been in danger. As soon as he withdrew his territory field, Gong Sun Liang alone could not resist Yang Kai's power. A series of explosions rang out mid-air, and as these sounds rang out, Gong Sun Liang's body trembled slightly as blood oozed from his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. This was a sign that his territory field, which he had condensed for 1,000 years, was about to collapse. After this battle, even if Gong Sun Liang did not die, he would need to enter retreat for at least 100 years to repair his territory field. But that was not the end of it. Yang Kai looked at Gong Sun Liang, who was right in front of him, and slashed down with the dragon bone sword in his hand, sending Gong Sun Liang flying like a rag sack. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the world as the dragon bone sword transformed into a giant dark green dragon. Its massive body swayed as it stared at Gong Sun Liang with its two eyes that were larger than houses. It opened its bloody maw, and from the looks of it, it seemed to want to swallow him whole. Dragon bone artifact. Gong Sun Liang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. When Yang Kai took out the dragon bone sword just now, Gong Sun Liang felt that this artifact was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be an artifact made from dragon bones. This was the skeleton of an ancient divine spirit. An artifact made from it would be at least Origin King grade. The thick dragon pressure impacted Gong Sun Liang's soul and body, causing him to feel an uncontrollable fear and horror in his heart. This was an instinctive fear, one that no one would not feel when facing an ancient divine spirit. This was an instinct that originated from his blood. Biting the tip of his tongue, Gong Sun Liang forced himself to dispel the discomfort in his heart before forming a series of seals with his hands and pushing his Saint Qi. In the next moment, his short sword artifact burst with light and, with a burst of distortion, transformed into a huge hair tail. This hair tail was a multicolored existence that dazzled the eyes of those who saw it, and the sharp teeth in its mouth were as dense as saws as it rushed towards the giant dark green dragon. The two Origin King grade artifacts collided mid-air and a violent energy fluctuation spread out, shaking all of Purple Star City. The houses below seemed to have decayed like a flowing time great emperor, bursting apart one after another as huge gullies were plowed into the ground. The Origin returning realm cultivator who had been standing nearby to watch the battle all felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly pushed their defensive methods, but they were still impacted by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Only a few Purple Star Elder-level existences, relying on their profound cultivations, remained standing in place, but from the looks on their faces, it was obvious that resisting the aftermath of this impact was not easy. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn, but none of them were willing to close their eyes, all of them carefully observing this great battle. A head-on confrontation between second-order Origin Kings was not something one could see often, and learning anything from it was enough to benefit them immensely. In the huge explosion of energy, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost, and when he reappeared he was already standing in front of Gong Sun Liang. You. Gong Sun Liang's face changed drastically. At this moment, his momentum was extremely weak and he had never imagined that Yang Kai would appear in front of him at this time. Yang Kai did not say a word, his expression cold and resolute as a five-colored light flashed from his fist as he punched towards Gong Sun Liang. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. This was a peerless body tempering secret art that could be used both offensively and defensively. Yang Kai had covered his fist with 5 elements indestructible sword chi, making it extremely sturdy, almost equivalent to wearing an Origin King grade glove. If this punch hit, Gong Sun Liang would definitely be severely injured. The fist was not swung very quickly, and its trajectory was extremely clear, but Gong Sun Liang was stunned to find that he could not block this punch at all. This was an absolute suppression of strength. It was an attack that he could not resolve no matter what method he used. If he was at his peak he might have been able to retreat, but at this moment his momentum was weakened and his territory was damaged, so how could he resist? He could only watch as the fist covered in 5-colored light grew larger and larger in front of him, his heart filled with fear. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Gong Sun Liang. Surprisingly, it was Li Mao Ming. Li Mao Ming's face was extremely dignified as he stretched out his hand, patted his chest, opened his mouth and spat out a wine gourd. Without even thinking about it, he grabbed the gourd, poured it into his mouth and then spat it towards Yang Kai. Who? A blue flame appeared between Yang Kai and Li Mao Ming, cutting off Yang Kai's attack like a heavenly river. This flame was not hot, but instead extremely cold. As soon as this blue flame appeared, the entire world seemed to be frozen solid. The 5-colored light on Yang Kai's fist flickered, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. At the same time, a chill ran up his fist, straight to his heart. Yang Kai could not help shivering. Looking at the wine gourd and the blue flame in front of him, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, realizing that this was definitely an incredible treasure. Brother Yang, stop. Seeing Yang Kai's actions slightly hindered, Li Mao Ming hurriedly spoke. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, ignored Li Mao Ming and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Kacha. His arms suddenly expanded, and under the incredulous gazes of Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang, dragon scales condensed from Saint Qi appeared all over his arm. His outstretched hand also transformed into a terrifying dragon claw, and the golden divine dragon aura radiating from it caused the hearts of the two men to tremble. The blue flame barrier between them was easily broken through and attached to the dragon scales on Yang Kai's arm, burning fiercely, but unable to cause any harm to him. Li Mao Ming and Gong Sun Liang's eyes trembled violently, and without hesitation they attacked together, combining their strength to form a fierce attack that was not weaker than a third-order origin king's, and sending it towards Yang Kai to meet his terrifying dragon claw. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk in the void, light flickered and the sound of explosions rang out one after another as a huge halo of light spread out, creating a scene of doomsday for everyone. The three figures were sent flying backwards at the same time. Chapter 1874. All of Purple Star City was shaken as countless cultivators raised their heads and stared towards the place where the battle had broken out. Everyone was filled with fear and trepidation. 90% of the people here did not know what was going on, but they knew that there were masters fighting a life-or-death battle. As the saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer, so naturally they did not want to be implicated. In an instant, countless people rushed towards the city gate, trying to escape Purple Star City and avoid the limelight. There were also some courageous cultivators who rushed towards the battle, wanting to fish in troubled waters. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. This was an immutable truth. Somewhere below Purple Star Palace, Zi Wuji grinned silently as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face. He had never expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. When Li Maoming agreed to help Gong Sun Liang deal with Yang Kai, Zi Wuji thought his momentum was gone and had mentally prepared himself for failure, causing him to fall into despair. But now he was reinvigorated because in the confrontation between the three second-order origin kings, Yang Kai had gained the upper hand while Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming were still at a disadvantage. This venerable Yang is actually so strong? Even my father, Zi Long, can't compare to him, right? Besides disbelief, Zi Wuji was also excited. The beautiful picture of the future slowly unfolded in front of him, and Zi Wuji was so excited that he could barely control himself. All he could do was urge Yang Kai to cut Gong Sun Liang down with his sword. Up in the air, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. His eyes sparkled as he stared at a spot not far away. A few kilometers away, Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming both turned pale as they stared at this scene in horror. In that head-on confrontation just now, none of the three had gained any advantage. Yang Kai was injured and Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming were both injured. However, Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang were not having a good time either. It could be said that all three of them had suffered heavy losses. This outcome was unacceptable to Gong Sun Liang and Li Maoming. When the two of them joined forces, they could almost display the power of a third-order origin king, but Yang Kai was able to block them. Didn't this mean that the other party was qualified to compete with a third-order origin king? This kind of thing almost overturned Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang's understanding. The difference between the second order and third order was only a single minor realm, but it was like the difference between heaven and earth. With each breakthrough to the origin king realm, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, not only did those eyes not have the slightest intention of retreating, there was instead a kind of high fighting spirit, causing Li Maoming and Gong Sun Liang's scalps to go numb. What kind of freak was this? The two of them found themselves unable to see through Yang Kai. Clang! A crisp sound came from the sky. It was the sound of the two Origin King Grade artifacts colliding. The giant dark green dragon transformed back into the dragon bone sword while the fish-shaped existence returned to its original form. The two sword-shaped artifacts flew back to their respective masters' hands. The dragon bone sword was safe and sound. Its entire body was jade green, and a halo of light was circulating about it. Gong Sun Liang's short sword, on the other hand, was dim. Clearly, it had lost a lot of its spiritual energy. Looking at this short sword, Gong Sun Liang's blood rushed to his head, causing his injuries to worsen and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Brother Yang, stop. Li Maoming's complexion changed slightly as he looked towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. He really didn't want to fight anymore. This time, he had only come out of seclusion because he had been entrusted by that person to protect Zi Wuji's safety. Later, he had been forced into a confrontation with a cultivator in the same realm, which was not what he wanted, not to mention that the one he had to fight was a monster like Yang Kai. If I fight when you say so, won't I lose face? Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Then what do you want? We're not outsiders here, so everything can be discussed. Li Maoming still regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, so it seemed that the credibility of the venerable token was still very high. Very simple. Yang Kai grinned and took a step forward. Let's fight life or death. I'll leave after we're done, whether you fight me alone or together, I don't care. You. Li Maoming became anxious and looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Why are you doing this? He never thought that Yang Kai would make such a ridiculous request. When one reached the Origin King realm, one would generally avoid direct conflict because no Origin King was easy to provoke. Everyone had their own trump cards and forcing them into a corner wouldn't do them any good. Li Maoming had never seen someone like Yang Kai actually forcing him to fight again. I just broke through to the Second Order Origin King realm not long ago, so it's rare for me to meet an opponent in the same realm as me. I want to test where my bottom line is. Yang Kai smiled slightly. You're both good opponents. Nonsense. Before Li Maoming could speak, Gong Sun Liang couldn't help cursing as he glared angrily at Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across his eyes. An old monster still wants to pretend to be young? Do you have any shame? At first, he also thought that Yang Kai wasn't very old. After all, he looked very young, but after fighting for a while, he immediately concluded that Yang Kai was definitely a cultivator who had lived for more than 1,000 years, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such great strength. If a newly promoted Second Order Origin King could fight two people alone and suppress him and Li Maoming when they joined forces, Gong Sun Liang might as well just kill himself. Believe it or not, this matter can't end here, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Seeing him being so aggressive, a trace of anger flashed across Gong Sun Liang's eyes and he opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. He was also filled with regret in his heart. If he had given up just now, there wouldn't have been so much trouble, but it was because he wanted to snatch the Origin Essence Crystal from Yang Kai's hands that such a storm had arisen. As a result, his territory had been damaged, his artifacts had lost their spirituality, and his body had been severely injured. If he wanted to completely recover, he would need to enter secluded retreat for at least 100 years. Why wouldn't we dare? Aren't all of you very courageous? How come you have the courage to do it but not the courage to admit it? We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Gong Sun Liang shouted. We are unfilial, please forgive us, martial ancestor. Countless people shouted in unison. What is the meaning of today's situation? Kuang Shizong roared, his white hair fluttering in the wind as he shouted angrily, quickly tell me. Gong Sun Liang trembled and did not dare to hide anything, quickly explaining the cause and effect. Chapter 1875. In front of an old monster like Kuang Shizong, Gong Sun Liang did not dare to play any tricks, so he did not embellish his words at all and simply recounted today's events. When he heard that the Ancestral Hall's memorial tablets were all broken, Kuang Shizong flew into a rage and a terrifying pressure swept across the audience. This pressure was so heavy that it felt like the sky was collapsing, pressing down on everyone's hearts, causing them to tremble uneasily. His sharp eyes turned toward Ziwuji, and with a single glance, Ziwuji actually coughed up a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. With Kuang Shizong's shrewdness, how could he not know that the broken memorial tablets were secretly caused by Ziwuji? This was a great disrespect to his ancestors, so he naturally had to punish him. Hearing that Yang Kai had not only not fallen into a disadvantageous position, but had instead gained the upper hand, Kuang Shizong raised his brow and looked towards Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai showed no fear and simply grinned back at him. After a while, Gong Sun Liang finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting anxiously. The atmosphere was solemn and no one dared to speak. The place where Kuang Shizong stood had become the focus of everyone's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. After a long time, Kuang Shizong said leisurely, "Why hasn't this old master heard that my purple star has a third venerable? Little brat, where did you obtain that venerable token?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Old sir's question is strange. That venerable token was naturally given to me by Brother Zilong. He gave it to you? When and where?" Kuang Shizong's majestic eyes stared at Yang Kai as he asked. Gong Sun Liang, Li Maoming, and the others all looked at Kuang Shizong suspiciously, not knowing why he would ask these irrelevant questions. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had a bad premonition, but he still calmly asked, "What does old sir mean by asking these questions?" "You know what I mean." Kuang Shizong's face suddenly became solemn as he took a step in the direction of Yang Kai. It was only a single step, but the momentum it created was like a giant hammer smashing towards Yang Kai. Even with Yang Kai's current strength, he could not help being forced back 3 steps as his face turned red. "Zilong, where is he? Is he dead or alive?" Kuang Shizong asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he did not make a sound. Obviously he already knew something. Or perhaps he had deduced something. No matter how he answered, he might reveal a flaw, so it was best not to speak. You're not speaking? Does that mean you have a guilty conscience? Huang Shizong sneered. Kid. Little brat, you may not know. Purple Star's venerables didn't just have to possess a venerable token. You still need this old man's approval. If I don't agree, Zilong won't give out the venerable token no matter how bold he is. You have the venerable token, but I don't know of your existence. Is it because Zilong doesn't put this old master in his eyes, or is there some other problem? Shouldn't you explain yourself? Hearing what he said, Yang Kai could not help chuckling and said casually, maybe Brother Zilong wants to wait a while before telling old Sir, and I have already returned the venerable token to Great Elder, so shouldn't this matter end here? Huang Shizong coldly snorted and ignored Yang Kai, instead turning to Zi Wuji below and coldly asking, is your father's Yuan life lamp still there? Although Zi Wuji had been severely injured just now, he was not seriously injured. At this moment he was adjusting his breathing, but when he heard this question, his body shook as he struggled for a moment, seemingly hesitating whether to lie or not. Shintu and the others immediately turned pale, never having expected that Huang Shizong, with his status, would really kill an origin-returning realm cultivator, much less in a situation where he had been subdued. At that moment, none of them dared to make a sound, lest they provoke a fatal disaster. This old master doesn't have much patience, the next one will be him. This little brat seems to have some weight. If he dies, you may seriously consider this old master's suggestion. Huang Shizong pointed to Shintu and said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, Shintu couldn't help trembling. You dare. Yang Kai shouted angrily, his face suddenly becoming ferocious. Without even mentioning the friendship between him and Shintu, Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch Shintu be killed. On top of that, if he really allowed Shintu to be killed by Huang Shizong, Yang Kai would never have the face to see Shuiyu again. After all, Shintu was Shuiyu's second brother. Huang Shizong was startled and said with a strange expression, it's been a long time since someone has said such words to this old master. Interesting boy, open your eyes wide and see if this old master really dares to kill him. Thinking so, Chen Yan quickly shouted, "Shuejiao, stop playing around, quickly deal with him." Hearing this, Shuejiao's expression became fierce as he roared, "Flood Dragon Transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuejiao's body suddenly erupted with qi and blood that was several times more violent than before. His body swelled up again and blood-red scales appeared densely on his body. 2 horns grew on his forehead, and something that looked like a dragon's tail appeared on his back. The Blood Flood Dragon clan was born with the bloodline of a true dragon, and the most powerful Blood Flood Dragon of ancient times was a descendant of a true dragon. The Flood Dragon transformation technique allowed Shuejiao to stimulate the power of his ancestral bloodline, allowing him to gain infinite strength. With his powerful body and violent strength alone, Shuejiao was able to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the Flood Dragon transformation technique was used, an unimaginable force struck Yang Kai from the opposite side, causing him to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Shuelian roared, "Human, this king doesn't know how you cultivated such a body, but in front of this king's Blood Flood Dragon ancestral bloodline, you are far from enough." Saying so, he chased after Yang Kai, using both his fists and feet to launch a fierce barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai's vitals, the power behind them seemingly capable of shattering space itself. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and hurriedly responded. Hong hong hong. The 2 figures flew back and forth, the sound of fists and feet colliding constantly filling the air. Yang Kai instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, seemingly only able to parry but unable to fight back. Chen Yan sneered, "Stupid, actually competing with Shuejiao in terms of strength, this human's brain is so rotten." High up in the clouds, 2 starships were hidden side by side, naturally belonging to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon Territory. Yuxiong, Ba He, Shintu and the others all looked down nervously, so the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. "Brother-in-law is too arrogant," Yuxiong said with a frown. Yuxiong wore a worried look. Shuejiao's physique and strength are among the top existences in the entire monster race, yet a human actually dared to fight him head-on. Is he out of his mind? Is little sister going to become a widow? "Shut your crow's beak," Ba He coldly snorted from the side. Although Yuxiong was Qiyu's adopted son and had a high status, Ba He's identity was not bad either. He had been Qiyu's most trusted subordinate since several hundred years ago, and now that he had broken through to the Origin King realm, he had become Qiyu's #1 subordinate. Yuxiong did not dare act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing Ba He say this, Yuxiong smiled awkwardly, "I was just saying. Perhaps brother-in-law still has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he's the type to die so early." Ba He shook his head. He really overestimated himself this time, but his cultivation is not weaker than Shuejiao's, so he won't be killed, but he will definitely suffer a loss. As soon as Ba He's words came out, the battle between the human and monster race down below seemed to have concluded. Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure was blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving behind another figure standing proudly in the void. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the figure standing mid-air and found that it was shrouded in blood qi, had 2 horns on its head, and had a dragon tail on its back. Who else could it be but Shuejiao? Shuejiao was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yang Kai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink as they quickly looked down. On the ground, a huge pit had appeared, and with this pit as its center, a series of cracks spread out like a spider web. It was as if Yang Kai was completely submerged in the sea, and no matter how violent the outside world was, he would remain motionless. The blood-red beam of light arrived as expected, pierced through the sky and submerged Yang Kai. The blood flood dragon's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared forward, sensing Yang Kai's vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something inconceivable, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Not good!" After transforming into his blood flood dragon form, this shout was like a thunderclap that swept across the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure charged out from the blood-red light pillar. Ignoring the powerful blood-red light pillar, he fiercely punched towards the Blood Jiao's huge head. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? However, at this moment Yang Kai's body was no longer shrouded in 3 colors but 4. In addition to the initial golden, earthy and blue colors, there was now a layer of fiery red, like a burning flame. Yang Kai's aura had also risen more than 10 times compared to before. It seemed that as the colors on his body increased, his strength was also being unsealed step by step, as if there was no limit. Hong. The fist smashed into the Blood Flood Dragon's head, causing a scream to resound through the sky as the Blood Flood Dragon's huge body was sent flying backwards by this force, howling miserably. After retreating more than a dozen miles, Shuejiao barely managed to stabilize his body. However, there was a burnt fist mark on his huge head. Around the fist mark, there were traces of flames burning. No matter how Shuejiao tried to use his blood qi, he could not extinguish the flames. What kind of fire is this? The Blood Flood Dragon cried out in horror. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the Blood Flood Dragon's face changed dramatically. Sun's true fire was a flame born at the core of the burning sun in the star field. Together with the nirvana flame of the ancient divine spirit Phoenix, it was known as the world's two great divine fires and could burn all things in the world. If one was contaminated by this divine fire, unless they were extinguished with a corresponding level of water attribute treasure or refined into one's body, it was impossible to remove it. The Gorfine dragon's eyes revealed a look of despair. The true sun fire on its head suddenly became fierce and enveloped the Gorfine dragon's huge body. With a series of screams, the Blood Flood dragon seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed, not showing the slightest joy after defeating a master in the same realm as him. Instead, he stared at the sun's true fire wrapped around the Blood Flood dragon with a strange expression for a moment before smiling. So that's how it is. It looks like you've already noticed. Qian Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and the moment this voice rang out, the Blood Flood dragon that was being burned by the sun's true fire turned into a silver light and dissipated from the world. Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and found that not far away, the Blood Flood dragon was floating in the air, safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. Next to him, Qian Yan was also staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. When did you attack me? I didn't even notice. Yang Kai looked at Qian Yan with interest. Not long ago he thought that the Blood Flood dragon had been hit, but the moment he was burned by the sun's true fire, he suddenly understood the truth. What was being burned was not the Blood Flood dragon's real body, but his own illusion. There was only one person present who was capable of silently causing him to hallucinate without him noticing, and that was Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. Do you think I'll tell you? Qian Yan asked solemnly. Yang Kai sneered, when I was wrapped in the blood-red beam of light. Without moving, Yang Kai released his territory, locking down the space around him in a 10-meter radius. Behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was naturally Qian Yan who had disappeared before. At this moment, Qian Yan stabbed his fingers directly towards the back of Yang Kai's head. However, after being blocked by the Origin King's territory domain, Qian Yan's offensive paused for a moment. Not showing any weakness, Qian Yan also released his own territory domain to neutralize Yang Kai's territory domain while continuing to attack. Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned out his dragon bone sword before sweeping it behind him. Qian Yan frowned and had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat quickly. He did not want to be swept by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge, anyone could see that it was an Origin King grade artifact. Being struck by such a weapon was destined to be disastrous. You want to run? Too naive. Yang Kai shouted coldly as he suddenly increased the power of his territory domain. Wing, the heavens and earth trembled as tiny cracks suddenly appeared one after another in the sky within a radius of 100 feet that he had locked onto. They were densely packed and innumerable. This is... Qian Yan was shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai's territory domain would be so terrifying. Not only was it more condensed and powerful than his own territory domain, but it also contained a special kind of power. This power was capable of causing the surrounding space to collapse, forming a series of deadly void cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, Shuejiao shouted and released his own territory domain, merging it with Qian Yan's territory domain to resist Yang Kai's space force. Kacha. The surrounding space became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Shuejiao stretched out his claw, allowing the countless void cracks to cut into his claw as he grabbed Qian Yan, who was wrapped in his territory domain, and pulled him back. A series of crackling sounds rang out. Within the range of the superimposed domains of the 3 second-order origin kings, space shattered like a mirror, revealing a vast expanse of the void. This expanse of the void was completely empty and dark, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. This void black hole did not last long though. Under the power of Monster Star's world principles, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The 2 monster race tribal lords retreated in unison, their hearts shaking as their expressions filled with shock. 2 against 1, yet they were still at a disadvantage. This was something they would never have imagined before, but today, it was happening right under their noses. 2 human race origin kings. Were they all so powerful? Chen Yan and Xue Jiao had a horrifying thought in their hearts. If this was the case, how could there still be a place for the monster race in this star territory? Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he fiercely pushed his divine sense to suppress the other side. Pung. With a crisp sound, the huge silver moon in the sky shattered like a plate. Ah! Chen Yin howled at the same time. The illusion surrounding Yang Kai was suddenly broken, allowing him to return to the previous scene. Before Yang Kai could recover, he felt a chill run down his spine and his pores involuntarily shrink as an aura of death enveloped him. Boy, why haven't you dodged yet? Qi Yu's tender voice reached his ears. Dodge? Where would I dodge? Xue Jiao laughed. Qi Yu, you can block one of my moves, but I'd like to see if you can block a second. If you don't come out of seclusion, this boy will die. As he spoke, a fist-sized blood-colored bead containing enough power to destroy both heaven and earth shot towards Yang Kai's chest. This blood-colored bead contained an unimaginable violent aura and a surging vitality. This was none other than the monster core Xue Jiao had spat out before. He also knew that Yang Kai's physique was extremely powerful and that ordinary attacks would not necessarily have any effect on him, so the moment Yang Kai was trapped by Chen Yan's heaven-shattering moon pupil, he had summoned his monster core to attack Yang Kai. The monster core of a monster race cultivator was much more powerful than an artifact of the same rank, so even if Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he would still end up seriously injured, perhaps even losing his life. This monster core was not big, but it was like a mountain as it flew straight towards Yang Kai at an incredible speed. By the time Yang Kai regained his composure, the monster core was already less than 3 inches away from him. Fighting Chen Yan so quickly had consumed a great deal of Yang Kai's divine sense, so at this critical moment, Yang Kai felt like his head was about to explode and his entire body was shaking, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport away. Seeing that the monster core was about to hit him, Yang Kai grit his teeth and summoned something with a thought. A scale-like object the size of a palm suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's chest. The scales were covered with complicated patterns. They looked ferocious and mysterious, and they gave off an extremely ancient and desolate feeling. The monster core arrived as scheduled. Kong, Yang Kai was sent flying by a huge force. Seeing this scene, Xue Jiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Just as he was looking forward to seeing whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, an extremely fragile cracking sound entered his ears. When this sound rang out, Xue Jiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion changed drastically as he involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his momentum suddenly weakening. My monster core! Xue Jiao cried out with a pale face as he hurriedly fixed his eyes on the object and could not help feeling his soul leave his body. A crack had appeared on his monster core. After encountering the remains of the heavenly moon demon spider, when Shanqing Luo absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider's source, she also obtained some benefits. Supplemented by the materials provided by Red Moon territory, She was able to reach the origin returning realm today. Otherwise, she would probably be a Saint King realm master right now, perhaps just a first or second order Saint King. First order origin returning realm is nothing. Biluo laughed self-deprecatingly. Master Queen is about to break through to the origin king realm. I don't know how long I can follow Master. Sure enough. Hearing her talk about this matter so dejectedly, Yang Kai immediately knew that his guess was right. Biluo was obviously upset because the gap between her and Shanqing Luo was getting bigger and bigger. That was why she was acting like this. Although her friendship with Shanqing Luo was extraordinary. If the gap in strength was too big, she would only be a burden to Shanqing Luo. For example, when she went to the blood prison trial last time, she did not have the ability to accompany Shanqing Luo. With her loyalty to Shanqing Luo, how could she be willing to let Shanqing Luo worry about her? When the gap between her and Shanqing Luo grew bigger and bigger, perhaps she would just leave silently. I want to understand this. Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and smiled slightly. Is there no suitable secret art or secret technique on Monster Star for the human race to cultivate? Biluo nodded. You're right, this is Monster Star. Master Queen possesses the heavenly moon demon spider source and can be considered half a monster race, so she has no problem cultivating the highest secret arts of the monster race, but I can't find one suitable for me. Although there are some human race secret arts and secret techniques in Red Moon Palace, their grade is not very high. I have also found the most powerful one to cultivate, but the effect is not very good. Biluo looked annoyed. I have one here, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Biluo immediately looked up at him, an amazing light blooming in her beautiful eyes as she immediately stretched out her hand without any trace of politeness. Give it to me, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Yang Kai's face suddenly filled with black lines, thinking to himself that there was something wrong with these words. Biluo also seemed to realize that she was being a little rude and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, saying shyly, If it's convenient, can you teach it to me? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life and will never speak ill of you in front of Queen Master again. You dare speak ill of me in front of Qing Luo? Yang Kai was furious. Biluo curled her lips and said, Queen Master only cares about you, no matter what I say she just laughs. What did you say to her? Yang Kai asked somewhat guiltily. Everything, I tell Queen Master everything. Biluo looked at Yang Kai innocently, her face filled with innocence. Including that time in the pavilion? Don't mention that, it will be the shame of this young lady's life. Biluo glared at Yang Kai angrily, her face flushed red as she involuntarily stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if there was something there. Ha, young and frivolous. Yang Kai sighed heavily. Biluo suddenly became restless. If it weren't for the fact that she was looking forward to Yang Kai giving her a secret art suitable for the human race, she likely would have already slammed the door and left. Every time she thought about what had happened in the past, she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Although it had been a few dozen years, she could still clearly recall that special smell. Forget it, let's not mention it again, just pretend it never happened. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bai Luo curled up in her chair and nodded fiercely. Purple Star had Kuang Shizong, but judging from the grievances between Yang Kai and Purple Star, Kuang Shizong would definitely not agree to this matter. Even if he agreed, Yang Kai would not bring him along. In fact, this matter is not difficult. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior can be considered one, and this junior can also be considered one. In addition, in my sect, there is another person who is working hard to break through to the third order origin king realm. If he succeeds, there will be three. I'm still short of half. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I believe that if the information in that jade slip is released, there will definitely be people who will take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Senior should also understand that in the territory of Star, those old monsters have gone into seclusion because they are exploring a higher martial Dao, right? Now that I can show them the way, they will definitely be eager to follow me. So you've already planned this. Of course, this is only the final step. I will only do this if I really can't gather enough people. Of course, I hope to find suitable candidates. Yang Kai, can you help my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange a few cross-cultivation star space arrays? Don't worry, the materials will be provided by my Chamber of Commerce, and we can give you a satisfactory reward. Shintu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai was about to agree when he suddenly thought of something and said with a grin, "Of course that's not a problem, but what? But I want to talk to President AIO about this in person. I have something to ask of him so we can exchange it," Yang Kai said with a smile. After listening to Shintu's words just now, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the cross-cultivation star space array he arranged would be of great use to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he could use this condition to exchange for the Star Emperor token from President AIO. Although the Star Emperor token was something left behind by great emperors, it wasn't very useful after all. He believed that as long as President AIO was shrewd enough, he would know how to choose. What's more, Yang Kai also had the star refining art that he wanted the most. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that the Star Emperor token of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would definitely be surnamed Yang. Even the Star Emperor token of Sword Union could be exchanged in this way. Although Sword Union didn't have as many stars as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they still had many cultivation stars in their hands. If he could use the cross-cultivation star space array to connect these stars together, the higher-ups of Sword Union would definitely agree to the conditions proposed by Yang Kai. That's not a problem, but my father isn't easy to deal with. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered by him, Shintu smiled meaningfully. I'll be careful. There's no time to lose, hurry up and arrange it. This old master wants to see the birth of the cross-cultivation star space array as soon as possible. Bahi urged from the side. Yang Kai nodded and didn't delay any longer. He ordered everyone to stay away before he began to count the materials in his space ring and began to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. This wasn't the first time he had done this, so Yang Kai was already familiar with the process. A variety of precious materials were melted in his hands, forming different shapes and piecing together. Within a day or two, a huge array base had appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a mysterious and magical energy begin to linger around Yang Kai's body. He seemed to be using his divine sense to carve something on the array base. The whole process seemed boring because no one present was proficient in spirit arrays. Moreover, even if an array grandmaster were here, they might not be able to see through this. After all, Yang Kai was using his space force to carve this array, making it difficult for others to see through it. Yi Shiyun nodded gently. Sect Master is busy, so please take care of yourself. I will, you can go back to your work. Yi Shiyun nodded before disappearing in a flash. While Ba He and the others were observing their surroundings, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the current state of his loved ones. After a short while, a joyful look appeared on his face as he said, "The spirit array has been tested, let's go back." "You're leaving?" Shintu's complexion changed drastically. "Yang Kai, for better or for worse, we've come to your territory, won't you show us some hospitality? We should at least stay here for a few days before leaving." Yu Xiong nodded vigorously to the side. Even Ba He looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The three of them had yet to recover from the ultra-long distance teleportation. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned before immediately activating the ultra-long distance space array beneath his feet. A white light enveloped the four of them as space force pulsed and their figures disappeared. Yu Xiong and Shintu's screams came to an abrupt end. By the time they recovered, they had returned to Half Moon Mountain. Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others saw Shintu's pale face and quickly walked over with concern, as if they had not seen each other for several dozen years. Ba He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Your spirit array is indeed good, but the taste of that teleportation is really, haha, if you want convenience you should pay a price." Yang Kai laughed. This was simply unavoidable. As long as one was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space like him, they would more or less experience some discomfort during the teleportation, but it would not cause them any harm. That's true. Ba He thought about it and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. Since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. And Senior Ba He, I'll have to trouble you to pass this space ring to Biluo. There are some pills I refined for her and Qing Luo inside. Ba He took it and swept it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he muttered, "You're quite generous." He was now a first-order origin king and had a high status in Red Moon territory, so the treatment he could enjoy was definitely not bad, but he was still dazzled by the pills inside this space ring. In particular, there were several Origin King-grade pills inside that even he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. It's just some trivial spirit pills, please don't laugh at me, senior. Aren't you afraid this old master will be greedy? Bahi asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if I didn't trust senior on this point, I wouldn't have asked you to pass it on. Bahi nodded and said with a solemn expression, you can rest assured I will safely pass the things inside to Biluo. Yang Kai thanked him again before heading off with Shin Tu and the others to the starship's berth. Bahi and Yu Xiong saw them off. Chapter 1895. On Water Moon Star, in front of Shin Tu Palace, there was a huge square where the Origin-grade high-rank starship slowly descended and returned safely. Below, many cultivators who had received the news were waiting to greet them. After the hatch opened and Shin Tu appeared, everyone shouted, welcome back, second young master. Second young master must have worked hard. Shin Tu smiled and responded lightly. The cultivators who greeted him below were all his trusted subordinates, so naturally, there was no need for formalities. Among them there were many Origin returning realm cultivators, but none of them were Origin kings. When these cultivators saw Li Nuo and Aunt Chun, they all showed joy, obviously already familiar with each other, but after seeing Yang Kai, they were a little surprised, wondering where Yang Kai came from and why he was sharing a starship with Shin Tuesday. Some of them vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he was similar to someone they had met several dozen years ago, but after noticing Yang Kai's powerful cultivation, they couldn't believe it and secretly became suspicious. Shin Tu didn't explain anything to them and simply ordered his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Li Nuo, Aunt Chun, and the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce while he personally led Yang Kai to the wing where Yang Kai had lived several dozen years ago. Brother Yang, you should rest here for a few days, allow me to report back to Sir Father about what happened during this trip before we discuss anything else. Shin Tu nodded and stepped out. For the next few days Yang Kai stayed in Shin Tu Palace, waiting for news from him. Yang Kai came to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce this time for two reasons. First, he wanted to collect the 8-star Emperor tokens from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and second, he wanted to draw President AIO into his team. President AIO had already broken through to the Second Order Origin King realm and was one of the top existences in his realm. He was definitely not far from the Third Order Origin King realm. Yang Kai believed that he should be able to break through within 10 years. If President AIO agreed to open the passage to the star boundary with him, the number of people needed would be reduced by 1. As for Shin Tu, he went to report this matter. Yang Kai believed that President AIO would be interested in him. After all, he had caused so much trouble on Purple Star, so there was no reason for AIO to be unhappy. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union were the top 3 forces in Star territory, and although they cooperated with each other, there was also friction between them. If he could see Purple Star suffer, AIO naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Therefore Yang Kai was sure that AIO would definitely summon him. If AIO paid enough attention to him, he would even visit him personally. Then he could have a good talk with AIO. If this was successful, then there was a high chance that the plan 10 years later would be completed. Yang Kai thought that there would be some progress soon. However, after staying in Shin Tu's palace for 7 or 8 days, nothing happened. This made him feel a little stunned. He didn't know if something had happened. During these 7 or 8 days, even Shin Tu was nowhere to be seen. When Yang Kai asked the cultivator in the palace, he said that Shin Tu had not returned after going to Water Sky City. Water Sky City was the largest city on Water Moon Star. Its status and role were equivalent to Purple Star City to Purple Star. It was where all the high-level masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce gathered and was also the essence of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. It was rumored that Water Sky City was the place with the richest world energy in the entire Star territory. After such a long time, Father found many alchemy grandmasters to investigate. He also carefully observed her and finally came to the conclusion that little mother's soul has been permanently damaged. Unless an Origin King grade spirit pill can be refined to repair the soul, it will be impossible for her to wake up. Moreover, even if such a spirit pill can be refined, the possibility of little mother waking up is not high. Father has been racking his brains over little mother's matter these days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai listened quietly and slowly understood the whole story. He then asked in a deep voice, "Did those alchemy grandmasters say what kind of spirit pill they need to refine for it to work?" "The soul source restoration pill," Shuiyu quickly replied. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and knew what kind of materials were needed to refine this spirit pill, because the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe was recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture. He couldn't help asking, "That's an ancient spirit pill. Your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is really full of talented people, even knowing about this kind of spirit pill." If he hadn't accidentally obtained the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture in the Emperor Garden, he wouldn't have known so many ancient spirit pill recipes. However, someone from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew about them. Worthy of one of the three great forces of Star Territory, its heritage was extraordinary. "You know about them too?" Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai in surprise before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Right, you're an alchemist." When she was eroded by the profound Yin sunflower water and fell into a coma, it was Yang Kai who refined a spirit pill with pill clouds that saved her life. Although she had devoted herself to Yang Kai for so many years, she had always been entangled in how to find him and how to express her feelings, completely forgetting about Yang Kai's other identity. It wasn't until now that she finally came to her senses. But soon the light in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes dimmed again and she said in a disappointed tone, "The soul source restoration pill is said to be an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill and must be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Although you are an alchemist, I'm afraid." Shuiyu didn't continue. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's abilities, but the reputation of an Origin King grade alchemist was simply too frightening. Even across the entire Star Territory, such an existence was as rare as a phoenix feather and Qilin horn, even rarer than a third-order Origin King cultivator. Yang Kai had reached the second-order Origin King realm at such a young age and possessed such powerful martial Dao cultivation, so how could he have such high attainments in the alchemic Dao? Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply asked, "How does your little mother usually treat you?" "Little mother is naturally very good to me." Chapter 1898. Heavens! How could this be happening? What were the two of them doing in there? How could a demon-like existence like his third brother have such a bizarre performance? Shen Tu even saw a hint of seduction in Shuiyu's eyes. Shen Tu howled in his heart as he stared at Yang Kai in a completely different light. To the side, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Shuiyu obviously understood that these three had misunderstood and the shyness in her eyes became even more obvious. Her eyes flickered as if she had a guilty conscience. "Brother Shintu, I'll be accompanying Shuiyu to Water Sky City." "Oh." Shintu responded mechanically, not hearing what Yang Kai said at all. "Then I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai smiled lightly and cupped his fists. "I'll have to trouble Brother Shintu to take care of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce." After saying so, he signaled to Shuiyu with his eyes and the two immediately summoned their respective star shuttles and flew off. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared that Shin Tu and the others, who were standing in place, suddenly recovered. Shin Tu slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, it's over, third brother has no self-respect, how could he do such a thing?" And Brother Yang Ha, Aunt Chun and Li Nu also had similar expressions. "It's over for me too." Shin Tu hugged his head in distress and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. "Second young master, what does this have to do with you?" Li Nuo looked at him curiously. "Brother Yang was brought here by me. If I had known that he had such a fetish, and that he was familiar with third brother, I would never have brought him to Water Moonstar even if I was beaten to death. Father always wanted me and third brother to get married as soon as possible so that he could have an heir, but looking at third brother like this, how could he have an heir? Won't I have to shoulder this burden alone in the future?" Shin Tu complained, showing a heavy expression. Li Nuo smiled and said, "As a son, having an heir is a matter of course, second young master. What are you so worried about?" Shintu raised his head slowly. Looking at Li Nuo seriously, he suddenly said, "Then why don't you give birth to a child for me?" Li Nuo blushed and shot Shintu a disgruntled look before quickly running off. Shintu's shout came from behind, "Do you agree or not? Say something, what are you running for?" And Chun shook her head. A helpless expression appeared on his face. Water Sky City was the most prosperous city on Water Moon Star with the richest world energy aura. Any cultivator who wanted to enter would have to pay a considerable amount of Saint Crystals as a toll, but if one wanted to stay in the city, they would have to pay a large sum of Saint Crystals. A corresponding amount of Saint Crystals had to be paid. The entire Water Sky City was like a money-making machine, earning a lot of Saint Crystals every day. Shuiyu brought Yang Kai to Water Sky City and did not need to show his identity. The cultivator guarding the door respectfully let them pass. At the same time he looked at Yang Kai curiously. He didn't know what kind of person Yang Kai was. Surprisingly, he was walking together with the third young master of Shuiyu. They entered the city. Wherever Shuiyu passed, there would be constant screams from women. When they stopped to look at her, all of them had infatuated looks on their faces. There were even bolder women who wore revealing clothes and winked at her, showing off their flirtatious looks. However, most of the women looked shy as they quietly observed Shuiyu, revealing their yearning for love. There were even men who showed an infatuated look as they quietly looked at her. The rate of turning heads was as high as 90%. Shuiyu seemed to have long been accustomed to this. From time to time he would look outside as if he was waiting for someone. Anxiety was written all over this man's face. His brow was furrowed as if it would never disappear. There were some other people in the hall, and judging from their attire, they were a group of alchemists above origin grade. They were extremely noble existences anywhere. But none of these alchemists dared to speak, lest they upset the burly man. This man was none other than the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, President AIO. Although the identity of an origin grade alchemist was noble, it couldn't be compared to the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they couldn't do anything about the situation of the woman in the hall. They felt ashamed, so how could they take the initiative to ask for trouble? AIO was born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His huge body gave people a strong pressure. At this moment he was in a bad mood. Saint Chi fluctuations of a second-order origin king fluctuated from time to time, causing many alchemists in the hall to complain, but none of them dared to say anything. Suddenly AIO stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked outside. In the next moment his face lit up with joy. He hurried out and asked anxiously, "Is Grandmaster Zhuoda here?" In front of the hall, two streaks of light landed and revealed two figures. One was Shuiyu and the other was Yang Kai. Hearing AIO's words, Yang Kai subconsciously looked back, but found no one behind him. Shuiyu on the other hand understood and quickly explained, "Father, it's not Grandmaster Zhuoda. It's not Grandmaster Zhuoda." AIO's face sank. He glanced at Yang Kai coldly and immediately shouted at Shuiyu, "If it's not Grandmaster Zhuoda, why did you bring him here? Where do you think this place is?" After being scolded by AIO, Shuiyu didn't dare to refute. She could only lower her head and apologize, "I'm sorry, father, but my friend is also an alchemist, so..." "Alchemist?" AIO's face relaxed a little. Only then did he look at Yang Kai again. When he noticed Yang Kai's cultivation he was shocked. Second-order origin king. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his. He looked again in disbelief. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he asked suspiciously, When did you have such a friend?" He was unfamiliar with Yang Kai's appearance. Although Shuiyu's aptitude was good, she was still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. It was impossible for her to make friends with a second-order origin king, so he was very curious. "He is the one I told you about. Yang Kai." Shuiyu replied in a low voice, quietly observing the changes in AIO's expression as she answered. "Junior Yang Kai greets President AIO." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted with a lukewarm greeting. Although he was a little unhappy that Shuiyu was reprimanded for no reason just now, the one standing in front of him was Shuiyu and Shintu's father after all, so he couldn't be rude. "Yang Kai?" AIO frowned. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Are you that Yang Kai? It seems that President AIO knows something about me." Yang Kai frowned slightly. The change in AIO's expression made him feel that something was wrong. I know you very well." AIO responded in a deep voice. Suddenly, his Saint Chi burst out as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to capture Yang Kai alive. Father. Shui Yu's face changed drastically. She didn't know why her father would attack Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shui Yu aside while at the same time sending out a palm strike. Saint Chi surged from his palm and rotated like a nebula, containing an irresistible force. What's more, Yang Kai's words resonated with him. That old man's Wudo was very arrogant. Over the years, whenever he was asked to refine pills, the Chamber of Commerce would bleed a lot. Sensing AIO's thoughts, the hook-nosed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He knew that he had spoken without thinking. Not only did he curse Yang Kai, he also offended AIO. He immediately regretted it, but he still said stubbornly, "So what if you can take my life? I have no grudges with you in the past. If you dare to kill me, you will be despised by the world. Don't forget I am an alchemist. If you dare to kill me, let's see who will refine pills for you in the future." "Sorry, I am also an alchemist." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "With just you?" The hook-nosed middle-aged man sneered. "I don't deny that you are talented in martial Dao. At such a young age, you can exchange a blow with President AIO and only fall into a disadvantageous position. But so what? You spend all your time and energy on the martial Dao. How much attainment do you have in the alchemic Dao? With my ability alone, I can leave you in the dust." Although these words were unpleasant to hear, they were also what everyone present was thinking. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, no one thought that he had high attainments in the alchemic Dao. Even Zhong Ao didn't think that Yang Kai's alchemist level was high. After all, a person's energy was limited. Being able to have such high attainments in the martial Dao was already something to be proud of. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Just take it as it is." He really wasn't in the mood to get entangled with this kind of person. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Seeing that Yang Kai had backed down, the hook-nosed man didn't restrain his arrogance. Instead, he became even more arrogant. He thought that the other party was really afraid of his identity as an alchemist and didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, he became even more fearless and said, "Let's drop the matter between you and me. But you must give an explanation for slandering Grandmaster Zuoda." "Are you done yet?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold. "What explanation do you need? Is Zuoda your father or your grandfather? I only said that he was a little arrogant and you kept on blabbering. Did I say something wrong? As far as I know, President AIO had sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago. But he still hasn't shown up until today. If this isn't arrogance, then what is?" These words struck a chord in AIO's heart. Although he was secretly angry that Zuoda hadn't shown up yet, he was the one asking for help after all. So, he could only think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. But for so many days AIO had cursed Zuoda countless times in his heart. He had almost cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Now that he heard Yang Kai say it out loud, he felt that the knot in his heart had dispersed a lot. Looking at Yang Kai, he found him pleasing to the eye. "How dare you call Grandmaster by his name?" the hook-nosed man shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. He didn't show any respect to an Origin King grade alchemist at all. He sneered and said, "Isn't he just an Origin King grade alchemist? So what if I call his name?" You. The hook-nosed man was furious. One of his hands kept trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai. He then turned to AIO and said, "President Master, he is so blatantly disrespectful to Grandmaster. Don't you care? If Grandmaster Zuoda knows about this, he will definitely be angry." "Oh." AIO's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yang Kai and said in a pleading tone, "Friend, let's turn this into a small matter." Shui Yu was also looking at Yang Kai pleadingly from the side. Chapter 1901. Those origin-grade alchemists didn't dare to talk to Yang Kai because of Grandmaster Zhuoda's identity. Only Zhong Ao didn't care at all. He walked to Yang Kai's side and whispered to him. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask about Gu Baihu's situation. Zhong Ao had been staying in this palace these days, always paying attention to Gu Baihu's injuries, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand. Yang Kai also got a lot of useful information. By the way, who is that guy? Why did he jump out and bite me before I even said anything? Yang Kai gestured to the hook-nosed man and asked. Zhong Ao replied in a low voice. His name is Zhan Yuan. Although his aptitude in alchemy is good, he didn't have a good teacher to teach him, so he didn't have many achievements. He was originally unknown, but by chance he got some pointers from Grandmaster Zhuoda and suddenly became enlightened. He quickly became an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Because of this, he has always considered himself a student of Grandmaster Zhuoda. With this relationship, he naturally can't listen to what you said. So that's how it is, Yang Kai understood. It seemed that this Zhan Yuan didn't just respect Zhuoda, but also regarded him as a teacher who solved his doubts. Zhuoda naturally weighed a lot in his heart. Yang Kai didn't say anything bad about Zhuoda, but he did say that Grandmaster Zhuoda was a bit arrogant, which was hard for him to accept. But Grandmaster Zhuoda. Sigh, it's hard to say. Zhong Ao's words had a hidden meaning, but he didn't finish them. Yang Kai knew what he was trying to say. They were both alchemists, but Zhuoda was superior. Zhong Ao couldn't be disrespectful to him no matter what. Being disrespectful to Zhuoda was disrespectful to the alchemic Tao. So there were some words that Zhong Ao couldn't say. In short, you should be careful. Although you are now a second-order Origin King Master, you should never underestimate the power of an Origin King Great Alchemist. To put it bluntly, if President Ao had to choose between you and Grandmaster Zhuoda, I reckon he would have an 80% chance of choosing the latter. I understand. Yang Kai smiled. While the two were chatting in a low voice, a cultivator in golden armor suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He cupped his fists and said to Ao with a solemn expression, President, Grandmaster Zhuoda has arrived. We're here? Ao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, Invite him in. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly added, No, I'll personally welcome them. He waited bitterly for half a year. He was on tenterhooks all the time. He was afraid that Gu Baihu would not be able to hold on until the master arrived. Now that the Grandmaster had finally arrived at Water Sky City, Ao felt half of the burden in his heart had been lifted. Gu Baihu had to wait until the Grandmaster refined the Soul Source Restoration Pill. Then she would be able to wake up from her coma. While speaking, he straightened his clothes and quickly walked out. The others in the hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Almost all of them were alchemists. When they heard that Zhuoda had arrived, how could they hold back? They all rushed out after Ao, wanting to see the Grandmaster's face. When the hook-nosed man named Zhan Yuan passed by Yang Kai, he glared at him fiercely with a ferocious smile on his face. It was as if he was saying that the Grandmaster had arrived and that Yang Kai was dead meat. Yang Kai curled his lips and ignored him. Let's go and welcome them. If the Grandmaster sees these big shots standing still here, I'm afraid he will be displeased again. Zhong Ao shook his head with a wry smile and walked out unhurriedly. Yang Kai thought for a moment and followed him out. Outside the hall, a dozen or so Origin-grade alchemists stood behind Ao in a row, all of them looking up at the sky. He never expected that Yang Kai's words would be so sharp. It was almost tantamount to tearing off all pretenses with Zhuoda. Although Yang Kai's words touched the bottom of his heart and made him agree with him 1,000,000 times, saying such words in front of Zhuoda was the same as offending him to death. Although it was the truth and everyone knew it, it couldn't be said casually. There were some things that everyone was well aware of. You. Zwoda's face alternated between green and red. He was suddenly put on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Even Origin King realm cultivators had to be respectful in front of him. When had he ever heard such sharp criticism? After being criticized by Yang Kai, he seemed to feel a little heavy on his shoulders. Chapter 1905. If Zwoda had a second-order Origin King as his subordinate, coupled with his identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, it would mean that he would be the sole ruler of the entire star territory. Zwoda was inevitably tempted. Although he felt that this was a trap set by Yang Kai, he couldn't help but agree out of confidence in his alchemy skills. Yang Kai! Shuiyu exclaimed. She seemed to want to persuade him, but Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He stared at Zwoda and said indifferently, "This Yang is not talented, but I am now a second-order Origin King. Moreover, I am in the prime of my life. It shouldn't be a problem for me to live for a few thousand years. I have more than enough time to be your bodyguard for 1,000 years, Grandmaster. I just don't know if Grandmaster dares to accept this bet." Aio was moved. Many alchemists were moved. They were all shocked by Yang Kai's amazing move. Zwoda's face changed for a while before he nodded and said, "You are right. This proposal is really tempting to this old master. But it's not enough to just be a bodyguard. This old master wants you to be obedient." As soon as this statement came out, Aio's face sank. He seemed very unhappy. Which Origin King realm master wasn't a high and mighty figure? Even if they restrained their arrogance in front of Zwoda, it was out of respect for him. Yang Kai said that he would be Zwoda's bodyguard for 1,000 years. In Aio's opinion, it was already extremely inconceivable and unbearable. If it were him, he would never agree. This was no longer just a bodyguard but a servant. A bodyguard was only responsible for protecting Zwoda's personal safety, but a servant was different. A servant had to complete all kinds of orders given by Zwoda, completely abandoning his dignity. This was an insult to an Origin King realm master. It was contempt. Aio was also an Origin King realm master. Just like Yang Kai, he was also a second-order Origin King. He could empathize with Zwoda's situation at the moment and inevitably became angry. Zwoda didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. He thought the other party would bargain with him. He proposed this because he wanted to get as many benefits as possible. He even quickly came up with several backup plans in his heart, such as how many times to make Yang Kai obey his orders unconditionally, but he didn't expect that it would be useless. He was stunned for a moment. But soon he spoke again. 1,000 years is not enough, 2,000 years. Good. Once again Kai Yang agreed without even thinking about it. Grandmaster Zwoda. Aio suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Isn't this proposal a bit too much?" Yang Kai Shuiyu's Shuiyu. Using Shuiyu's marriage to threaten him was one thing, but now he was even asking for an exorbitant price, directly increasing the 1,000 years to 2,000 years. Aio couldn't bear it. In any case, Yang Kai's proposal to compete with Zwoda in alchemy was out of consideration for Gu Baihu. Although Aio didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to do this, he was still very grateful to him. No matter whether this matter was successful or not, he would owe Yang Kai a favor, a huge favor. Was there any second-order Origin King in this world? There was only one. So he stood up without hesitation, changed his attitude and blamed Zwoda. If he didn't even have such courage and decisiveness, he didn't deserve to be the president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Zwoda sneered. He agreed. "Why are you in such a hurry, President Aio?" Yang Kai looked at Aio and smiled indifferently. "President Aio, please calm down. Although I agreed to 2,000 years, it is still unknown whether Grandmaster can live that long." These words were vaguely cursing Zwoda's early death and reincarnation. AIO furrowed his brows. But can you really refine the soul source restoration pill? He couldn't believe it from beginning to end. Seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, he couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Could it be that not only does he have great achievements in the martial Tao, but he is also an Origin King great alchemist? AIO quickly denied this idea as soon as he thought of it, because it was too unrealistic. President AIO, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled faintly. AIO didn't say anything more. On the other side, Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly came with a hint of schadenfreude. Friend, Honored Master asked me to ask you if you need to borrow an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. You should know that a good alchemy furnace can increase the success rate of alchemy. Although I'm afraid you can't operate an Origin King grade alchemy furnace with your ability, Honored Master is merciful. He can lend it to you. This Yang appreciates Grandmaster's kindness. As for an Origin King grade alchemy furnace, I have one. Yang Kai took out his purple origin furnace from his space ring while laughing. This thing was also brought out from the Emperor Garden. It was a product from tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there was a pill with pill clouds inside this purple origin furnace. As soon as the purple origin furnace appeared, the alchemists gathered and couldn't help exclaiming. But soon the exclamations were suppressed by the crowd. Pairs of eyes stared greedily at Yang Kai's purple origin furnace. They were all alchemists, so naturally, they could see the extraordinariness of the purple origin furnace at a glance. The furnace was overflowing with purple clouds, and as soon as it appeared, the 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion was filled with a pill fragrance. At a glance, they knew that this furnace had produced many high-quality pills. Does he really know alchemy? Zhang Yuan was also dumbfounded. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he have an Origin King grade alchemy furnace with him? But soon he determined that this was a spoil of war that Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he often went out adventuring. As a second-order Origin King, his space ring was likely filled with all sorts of random things. Damn it. As a cultivator, he actually had an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. As a rising alchemist with limitless prospects, Zhang Yuan was still using an Origin grade mid-rank alchemy furnace. Zhang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He felt that the purple origin furnace in Yang Kai's hands was obviously a waste. He couldn't wait to rush up and grab it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was already thinking about how to take Yang Kai's purple origin furnace. Was it too much to add another bet? His thoughts began to run wild in the depths of his heart, and he could no longer suppress them. Your alchemy furnace is good. Zhong Ao raised his brow. It has an ancient aura. I'm afraid it's quite old. The expression on their faces became very excited. Conflagrated knowledge C was the most unique advantage of alchemists and artifact refiners. Alchemists or artifact refiners who had a conflagrated knowledge C could get twice the result with half the effort when refining pills or artifacts. This was common sense that everyone agreed on. But in this world, how many people had a conflagrated knowledge C? Among these people, how many had the aptitude for alchemy or artifact refining? More than 500 alchemists present, including Zuoda, didn't have a conflagrated knowledge C. But Yang Kai had one. Even Zuoda, who had been in a tranquil state, couldn't help but raise his head and look at Yang Kai. His pair of old eyes flashed with surprise. But soon he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Because he knew that alchemy required one to concentrate wholeheartedly. Observing others would only disturb one's mind. So what if he had a conflagrated knowledge C? Could it compare to this old master's 1,000 years of experience in the alchemic Tao? Although there weren't many people in the entire star territory who had a conflagrated knowledge C, none of them was an Origin King grade alchemist. This old master was. Zuoda was disdainful in his heart. Damn it. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. His face was full of annoyance. He was an excellent alchemist, but he didn't have a conflagrated knowledge C. Yet Yang Kai had one. Coupled with the Origin King grade alchemy furnace from before, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. The heavens were unfair. If he had an Origin King grade alchemist and the assistance of a conflagrated knowledge C, he would definitely be able to reach the height of his honored teacher in the future. No, 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 he would definitely surpass his honored teacher and achieve unprecedented achievements. Only now did Zhang Yuan understand why Yang Kai had made such a bizarre move before. This guy actually had a conflagrated knowledge sea, and it seemed that his control over it had reached the point of perfection. With this advantage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to throw all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. As long as he could control his conflagrated knowledge sea, he could control the heat according to the melting point of each herb. How could this be difficult for a second-order origin king master? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and realized with annoyance that it should be a very simple thing. Sure enough, when Yang Kai urged his conflagrated knowledge sea, AIO seemed to have understood something. The anxiety on his face was swept away and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of his conflagrated knowledge sea, Yang Kai didn't need to extract the power of the earth fire at all. He could feel that Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was divided into countless strands, each with a different strength. The scattered strands of conflagrated knowledge sea poured into the alchemy furnace, wrapped up the herbs he had thrown in before, and began to condense medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquids condensed by the conflagrated knowledge sea were purer and more thorough than those condensed by the earth fire. AIO even felt that Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly changing inside the purple origin furnace. Large and small, complex spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace at an extremely fast speed. During the whole process, Yang Kai was also constantly changing the seals in his hands. His movements were not fast, nor were they pleasing to the eye, but those seals were obviously extremely mysterious, as if they were not of this world. Zhong Ao's whole mind was immersed in the world where Yang Kai was. He was different from AIO. AIO was a layman who was only here to watch the fun, so he could only see the general picture, but Zhong Ao was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. What's more, the one he wanted to disturb was Yang Kai, the one who triggered the grand alchemic Dao tone. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, AIO would have killed him. With this, Zhang Yuan finally came back to his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing just now. Looking at AIO's cold eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that with his performance just now, he would no longer be valued by President AIO in the future. But, I am now honored master's disciple. I don't need to care about President AIO. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan calmed down a little and turned to look at Zhuoda. In the next moment he was shocked and whispered, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" He found Zhuoda standing there on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he refined a soul source restoration pill. It was as if all his energy had been exhausted. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Zhuoling also finally noticed Zhuoda's abnormality. She couldn't help but panic. "Grandmaster." AIO stepped forward and looked at Zhuoda in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zhuoda. After all, he was an origin king-grade alchemist. He should have gained something from the 9 alchemic Dao tones. Even if he didn't gain anything, he shouldn't look like he was attacked. Not only was his face ugly, but blood was oozing out of his ears. Zhuoda was motionless and didn't speak. Only his breathing showed that he was still alive. "Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the grand alchemic Dao tone. If you question it, It is equivalent to questioning the heavenly Tao and the path you have taken in your life. If you do this, you will be rejected by the alchemic Tao. The consequences will be very serious. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhude suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spirit quickly withered. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at Yang Kai. Grandmaster what's wrong with him? Aio asked with a frown. He's not convinced. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, so he's not convinced. But he was taught a lesson by the Alchemic Tao Tone. Taught a lesson. Aio opened his mouth wide and his face turned pale. Don't tell me that the Alchemic Tao Tone is alive. The Heavenly Tao is unpredictable. How can I explain it clearly? Yang Kai grinned. Aio looked depressed. How dare you hurt my grandpa? Zuoling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. Her Saint Qi showed signs of circulating. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. I didn't hurt Grandmaster Zhude. Then why did Grandpa vomit blood? Zuoling asked relentlessly. Yang Kai sneered. You'll have to ask him that yourself. The Grand Alchemic Tao Tone entered his ears. Not only did he not try to comprehend it, he even dared to question the authenticity of the Alchemic Tao Tone. He's lucky that he didn't die on the spot. What else do you want? Zuoling seemed to want to say something, but Zhude raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. He looked at Yang Kai with dim eyes and said, You're very good. Grandmaster is overpraising me? Yang Kai smiled faintly. But, have you forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You did trigger the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone, but so what? Have you refined the Soul Source Restoration Pill? Does Grandmaster want to take a look? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Open the furnace. Zhude took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Being able to trigger the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone shows that your alchemy aptitude is heaven-defying, but it doesn't mean that you can refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill. After all, according to the knowledge of alchemists, one set of materials could only be used to refine one spirit pill, but with the special pill condensing technique, one set of materials could be used to condense 2, 3, or even 4 to 5 spirit pills. This was equivalent to greatly reducing the cost of refining a spirit pill and increasing the amount of spirit pills produced. If this method was popularized, the cultivator in the Star Territory would no longer have to worry about not having enough spirit pills to eat. In any case, from now on, these 500 alchemists above St. King grade were Yang Kai's disciples. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. This was definitely a force that would shake the entire Star Territory. Who could guarantee that among these 500 people, how many of them would become Origin King grade alchemists in the future? Yang Kai didn't act pretentiously. He cupped his fists in return and said, Everyone is too polite. Grandmaster Yang, this disciple is very concerned about something you said before. This disciple has some doubts in his heart. I don't know if I should ask. A middle-aged alchemist who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Madam, please feel free to ask. If this king can answer, he will not keep it to himself, Yang Kai responded with a smile. I'm sure you all believe in Grandmaster Yang's character. It's just that. Grandmaster, before you competed with Grandmaster Zhude in alchemy, you said that there was an alchemist who was better than Grandmaster Zhude, and even better than you. Is this true? As soon as the statement came out, someone immediately echoed, Yes, 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 I also heard that. But how could such a thing be possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. Who in this world can surpass him in alchemy? Grandmaster Yang said it casually at that time. How could you believe it? I didn't say it casually. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There is indeed such a person in this world who is better than me in alchemy. Impossible? There is such a person? Grandmaster Yang, you are too modest. The group of alchemists below made an uproar. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai's words at all. They all felt that Yang Kai only said that because he was being modest. After all, everyone had more or less figured out Yang Kai's temperament. He was amiable and didn't put on airs. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai said seriously, it's hard to say now. Maybe I am a little better than that person, but she was definitely better than me in the past. In the future, she will also be better than me. Who is this person? All the alchemists were shocked. From Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know who that person was. As far as I know, Grandmaster Zhuoda's alchemy is one of the best in the entire Star Territory. Even if there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, they will never surpass him.